Hello and welcome everybody to this first conference of the Contemplative Sciences Network. This is a project of the European Buddhist Union. My name is Ron Eichhorn. I'm the president of the European Buddhist Union. I'm very happy about this particular project, and I'm very happy that you join in this first conference. And the topic is the frontiers of contemplative science in Europe. So the background is that, of course, we know as Buddhists in our own experience that the Buddha provides us with a lot of practical methods in order to transform our mind, to become calm, to become peaceful, to become compassionate. And we also know that and learned that many things that in science are discovered or have been discovered correspond to these Buddhist teachings and the methods we receive. So we want to explore in this project the borders or the things we have in common between the Dharma practice and Buddhist practices and the research in sciences. And I'm very happy that we have renowned speakers today here talking as experts on these topics, and that really makes me happy. And I'm looking forward to participate, of course, myself in it and listen and learn. And well, that's about it. I really want to just give this brief introduction. This is the first conference. We want to take it from there and have events on a regular basis and continue and deepen and widen this exchange between Buddhist practitioners and scientists. And well, I hope some of you can be part of this and you follow us along the way, and we can walk this path together. And at this point, I would like to hand over to Lama Lhündroup. He will be the moderator for today. And the floor is yours, Lama.
Thank you very much, especially to our guest speakers who accept to be present today. And thank you for all the participants who also take the afternoon to join us. Well, I just say a few words about the Contemplative Science Network. Well, maybe also for people who don't know, thank you, Ron, for opening our conference as president of the European Buddhist Union, the EBU. So maybe some people don't know EBU. It's a venerable institution. It represents 50 Buddhist organizations from 16 different countries and offer a large panel of the many original Asian Buddhist schools who are present in Europe. So we also express our gratitude to the speakers and also to all the people who are working to develop EBU, because their activities made possible the creation of this Contemplative Science Network. We call it CSN, Contemplative Science Network. And this Contemplative Science Network, you can see the presentation of the content of this CSN on the EBU website. But in a few words, it was set up during the EBU AGM in 2022 with some participants who are motivated to share about mindfulness and its recent meeting with Western science. And indeed, it seems pertinent that EBU, gathering Buddhist teachers and practitioners in Europe, brings its contribution to mindfulness issues today. So we had different meetings with Professor Antonino, Raffone from Sapienza University, with Venerable Dario Doshin Girolami from Arco Zen Center in Rome, with Denis Rinpoche from the Remake Congregation in France, and with Filippo Scagna, who is president of the Italian Buddhist Union. And this discussion results in a vision to set up a contemplative science network, which include mindfulness or contemplative experience, Dharma studies, and scientific research. And then we ask also some friends like who are academic researchers like Antoine, Lutz, and Elena, Antonova, and Hans Barendregt to join and to ask them to support this initiative. And so they kindly today also accept to be present and to speak for our inaugural conference. So, and well, the concept note of the CSN says, to face the great challenge of the 21st century, we need the emergence of a universal humanism in a spirit of unity and diversity. We believe that the mutual encounter of Western science and humanism with Buddhist knowledge of the mind, its contemplative experience and its ethic is an important contribution to the future of Europe as a leading place of peace and harmony in the world. And the CSN mission is not to build a new institution or to compete with existing organizations, but on the contrary, it aims to participate in catalyzing and amplify what already exists. So the purpose of the CSN is to contribute to the cooperation between different organizations, academic institutions, researchers, and teachers in order to facilitate recognition of positive transformative effects of contemplative science and practices. Hence, we envision three main areas of action for the CSN: facilitating scientific programs and partnership, including academic and Buddhist researchers, promoting various education programs, and eventually a postgraduate diploma in contemplative science, accredited both by Buddhist and academic institutions, and also facilitating the communication of contemplative science and practice in the general public. So today is the inaugural conference of the CSN. Thank you again very much to the speakers who are present with us now and for their warm support to the EBU CSN. Maybe just a few words about our guest. Dr. Elena Antonova is a senior lecturer in psychology in Brunel University in London. Elena's research focuses on the effect of long-term mindfulness practice. She is actively involved with the Mind and Life Institute and mainly studying practicing Dzogchen approach. Dona Rinpoche is Drupan Vajracharya, a yogic practice master, a direct spiritual heir of the late Kalu Rinpoche. He has guided 8 3-year retreat training lamas and the 9th retreat going on presently. He is the superior of the Remake congregation, recognized by the French government, and he recently created the Buddha Online University. Venerable Dario Doshin Girolami is a Soto Zen priest and a Dharma teacher in the lineage of the Shuryu Suzuki Roshi. He founded the Arco Zen Center of Rome, and he is also founder of the CMC, Consciousness, Mindfulness, Compassion International Association. Professor Henk Barendregt is an emeritus professor of Foundation of Mathematics and Computer Science in Radboud University in Netherlands. He had been teaching Vipassana since 2001. Inspired by Vipassana meditation, Henk Barendregt joined Professor Antonino Raffone at Sapienza University, designing computational models of the mind, including mindfulness. Dr. Antoine Lutz is currently a director of research at the French Medical Research Institute, INSERM, in Lyon Neuroscience Research Center. His current research group focuses on neurophenomenology of mindfulness. He also is involved with Mind and Life Institute and a dedicated Dharma practitioner. And Professor Antonino Raffone is professor of the Department of Psychology of Sapienza University in Rome and a visiting professor and advisory faculty of Nalanda University in India. He is president of Consciousness, Mindfulness, Compassion, the CMC International Association. He's a dedicated Soto Zen practitioner involved also with the Mind and Life Institute. And just as an exergue of the CSN and of this conference, let me share a quote from Francisco Varela. So it's also an homage to Francisco, who started this meeting with between Dharma and science. in his seminal book, Embodied Mind, Cognitive Science and Human Experience, he says, "We maintain that the rediscovery of Asian philosophies, and in particular the Buddhist tradition, is a second renaissance in the cultural history of the West, and that its impact will be as important as that of the rediscovery of Greek thoughts during the European Renaissance." And now I would like to give the floor to Denis Rinpoche for an introduction to the Dharma phenomenology of liberation, which is here, I think, introduction to the seminary Rinpoche gives to the student of Buddha University. And this seminary will start in December 2nd. So thank you, Rinpoche.
Good afternoon to all. I would like to start by thanking the European Buddhist Union, its president and all the members of the Contemplative Science Network for their excellent initiative that has held to our conference today. I sincerely hope that it will be the beginning of a profound encounter between Dharma science and contemporary science, open to all through the excellent work of the EBU. When I was president of the EBU some 20 years ago, I dreamt of the development of such activity. You've accomplished them. Thank you and congratulations. And now I'll give the floor to my reader, who's got a much better Eurodialect pronunciation than I, and he'll speak for very precisely 25 minutes.
As an introduction, in response to the questions raised by the seminar organizers concerning meditation effects on human body and mind, I would like to offer, from my field of expertise, which is yogic experience, a few considerations about Dharma phenomenology of liberation. First, very simply, what does the contemplative science of the Buddha propose? What is its objective? In a simple answer, it is the experience of harmony, health and happiness, the well-being of the body and mind. All sentient beings aspire to this well-being, which is called in Sanskrit sukha. Sukha, harmony, happiness, is the liberation from dukkha, disharmony, unhappiness or suffering, as the Buddha taught in his first teaching. One can remark that sukha is very close to the eudaimonia exposed by Aristotle. Our thesis, which is the Buddha's view, is that the Dharma phenomenology of liberation is a vision and practice to liberate oneself from dukkha, which is disharmony, ill-being, unhappiness, suffering, stress, in all their forms. This liberation develops the realization of harmony, which is the health of the body and mind, which in turn constitutes true natural happiness. A simple but fundamental equation summarizes the issue. It is the 3H formula. Harmony equals health equals happiness. What is the method to achieve this goal? Again, according to the Dharma phenomenology, the method consists in liberating oneself from conflicting emotions and delusions which are the sources of dukkha, of ill-being. What do we mean by conflicting emotions and delusions from which we should free ourselves? First of all, the illusion is the separation observer-observed, the subject-object duality. As for the conflicting or dualistic emotions, they are attraction, repulsion and indifference with their unlimited variations and derivatives. How can we free ourselves from these illusions and conflicting emotions which are the sources of disharmony, ill-being and sufferings? We free ourselves from these illusions and conflicting emotions by suspending their source, the source of conflicting emotions being the ego grasping, which is essentially, as we shall see, a cognitive grasping, a subject-object grasping, a dualizing cognitive grasping, Nidzhen. The Dharma phenomenology of liberation describes the structure of the mind and proposes a path of liberation, a training which essential practice is the suspension of the dualistic cognitive grasping, source of dukkha. This suspension of dualistic grasping is the ultimate dimension of what the Puranists, the Stoics and the Western phenomenologists called epoch, the suspension of judgment. But the Dharma phenomenology teaches an absolute, non-conceptual, non-dualistic epoch. Dharma phenomenology of liberation is summarized in Dharma, three meanings. The Dharma, the Buddha's teaching, is an essential phenomenology whose purpose is the liberation of the mind. Dharma phenomenological liberation is inscribed in the polysemy of the word Dharma, which has three essential meanings that we will briefly explore. Phenomenon, reality. Phenomenology, science of phenomena as a means of liberation, reality in itself. 1. Dharma has first the meaning of phenomenon or reality. Generally speaking, phenomena, dharmas, are the objects of experience of our six senses, our five external senses and the internal sense, the mental, whose objects are thoughts, mental events. According to the middle way, the Madhyamaka, dharmas or phenomena are not things, but cognitive functions. A phenomenon is defined as the cognitive function that grasps what it is, rangi, no wo, zinpatan. This Dharma definition highlights any phenomenon as being a cognitive grasping. A phenomenon is the cognitive grasping of what that phenomenon is. 2. Dharma is phenomenological teaching. The Dharma phenomenology presents the structures of cognition and, furthermore, the modalities of experience of phenomena or realities. It then proposes a practice to realize reality in itself, the fundamental reality underlying the phenomena realities. It is the realization of the noumenal substratum of phenomena. Dharma phenomenology constitutes the third corpus of the Buddha's teachings called the Abhidharma, the first two being the Vinaya, the discipline, and the sutras, the stories of the teachings. The Abhidharma phenomenology is the basis of all the Dharma philosophical perspectives. In a vision of unity and diversity, these perspectives constitute a systemic approach to reality, seeing reality from different complementary points of view: materialist, spiritualist, cognitive and of absolute plenitude. They might appear to be contradictory, but the contradictions are but relative. In this second sense, Dharma is the inner science, Nangpecho, the science of the mind, a phenomenology of the mind, of consciousness, or of cognition. The Dharma phenomenology can be considered as a science in the sense that, from a Madhyamaka perspective, it recognizes only two valid means of cognition, the logic of the middle way and the direct experience of non-dualistic immediacy. Today, Dharma phenomenology is a transdisciplinary science at the intersection of phenomenology, essential yoga practice, philosophy, cognitive science, epistemology and, today, neurophenomenology. 3. Finally, in its third meaning, Dharma is reality in itself, experience in the direct, immediate, instantaneous presence, non-dualistic awareness of a Buddha. In a classical metaphor, a Buddha, an awakened one, has awakened from the sleep of ignorance, marigpa, which is none other than the absence of realization of rigpa, the immediate presence free of dualistic conceptualizations. This awakening is the liberation from the sleep of the illusion of dualistic cognition and its conflicting emotions. Thus, if one were to translate Dharma into a single word, it would be reality. And Dharma three main meanings would refer respectively to habitual realities, the teaching of reality, and the ultimate, absolute reality. The continuity and liberating transmutation of the three summarize the whole path of Dharma phenomenology. Consciousness liberation into primordial awareness. We are now going to develop, a little bit, how the whole path of awakening, the transmutation of the dharmas we just talked about, is the transformation or transmutation of the consciousness. The usual dualistic conscious experience, called in Sanskrit, vijnana, and in Tibetan, namsha, is liberated into the non-dualistic primordial awareness, called in Sanskrit, jnana, and in Tibetan, isha. This liberating transformation has been developed in traditional treatises such as Rangyung Dorje's From Consciousness to Primordial Awareness, Namsha Isha, or Longchenpa's works, Rangyung Dor and Longchenpa are two of the greatest Tibetan masters who respectively formalized Mahamudra and Dzogchen in a perspective of unity and diversity. They were contemporaries, Vajra brothers, and disciples of Kumaradza, 1266–1343. What is consciousness? We have seen that the dharmas, the phenomena, are the objects of consciousness perceived by the six senses. For dharma phenomenology, there is only consciousness of something, consciousness of phenomena, consciousness of senses objects. Consciousness is always the dualistic cognitive experience of a subject, observer, experiencing observed objects. In particular, the Yogacara Siddhamatra philosophical perspective of the yoga practitioners for whom everything is mind cognition presents the two poles of consciousness dualistic grasping as grasping mind inside, Nangzin Pesem, and grasped objects outside, Chirzong Weyo. Grasper and grasped are the two poles of the consciousness dualistic grasping polarization, Nidzin. The grasping subject and the grasped object co-determinate each other in the consciousness cognitive grasping relation. Samsara as the scale of the many states of consciousness. Co-emergent subject, object and their relation are impulsed by common information, samskaras generating the dualistic grasping that produces them. This information confers to the subject, the I, experiencing, its object, the environment that I experiences, and their relation, a similar quality in terms of tonality and intensity. In Buddhist terms, they proceed from the same karma, which is to say that they emerge from the same causal flow that introjects subject and projects object in their interdependent projection. Samsara, the cycle of consciousnesses, is a typology, a scale of the multiple states of consciousness. The scale goes from a paroxysm of grasping in infernal states to divine states of consciousness free from gross grasping. The further you rise on the scale, the less grasping there is. The divine states, with very little grasping, correspond, at the top of the scale, to high but still dualistic, meditative states. Consciousness cognitive grasping polarization, and the reification of consciousness subject and object poles, are proportional. Primordial awareness beyond consciousness. Since consciousness is structured by the dualizing cognitive grasping, grasping release leads to duality reduction and ultimately to the final exhaustion of all dualistic grasping, realizing non-dualistic primordial awareness, Aishaya Rigpa. Diagram illustrating the levels of liberation, from dualistic consciousness to primordial non-dualistic awareness. Grasping release is the fundamental method for dualistic consciousness liberation. Understanding that habitual consciousness is structured by dualistic grasping, it is easy to understand that liberation from dualistic grasping, grasping release, will bring liberation from habitual dualistic consciousness. The practice of grasping release has different names in the Mahamudra and Dzogchen lineages such as Rangbap, suspending oneself, being suspended, Tamelgi Shepa, ordinary experience, or Trekcho, suspending the solidity, which means suspending the reification of the subject-object poles. The experience signified by these different names converges with the Western notion of epoch, suspension of judgment. But the Dharma epoch meant in Mahamudra or Dzogchen is radical. It is the suspension of the dualistic conceptual grasping, of conceptual representation, which leaves cognition without support, free from any of the tetralemma possibilities. This radical epoch is a direct, non-affirmative negation, mega synonymous with emptiness. The film, Epoch by Professors Claire Petitman and Nathalie Depraz, both members of the Husserl archives at the École Normale Supérieure, is an eloquent exploration of epoch experience. Grasping release in openness and presence. The grasping release practice consists in cultivating the sensorial openness of open presence. This is a very important point that many great masters from different traditions made clear. Among the connections of some colleagues of this meeting, I think of the big mind of Suzuki Roshi, or of the panoramic vision and panoramic awareness of his friend Trungpa Rinpoche, as well as of the Rangbap gaze of the wisdom Dakinis Naguma and Sukhasiddhi. The different levels of presence. To translate the Pali term sati, samadhi in Sanskrit, dranpa in Tibetan, one can use presence or mindfulness. In our context, we shall prefer presence, although the term mindfulness is more familiar in mainstream discourse depending on the circumstances and traditions. The Tibetan dranpa presence has various uses ranging from to have present in mind, to recall, to remember, to recollect, to be present, and even presence of absence. Generally, the practice of the state of presence is initially associated with a vigilance which allows the return to the state of presence when it has been lost. How to evaluate a state of presence? Two criteria are essential: its level of grasping release. Grasping intensity is inversely proportional to the presence. The less grasping, the more presence. The stability of the grasping release which corresponds to the stability of the state of presence. Professor Dario of Kyoto University quotes in one of his articles a classification by Patrul Rinpoche, 1808-1887, who was one of the main masters of our root master Kalu Rangyung Kunchab, 1904-1989. This classification, from the Mahamudra Dzogchen tradition, presents three levels of presence. 1. Constrained presence, Jurdran. 2. Open presence, Longdran. 3. Natural presence, Nu Medran Pa. Constrained presence is concentration on an object. The intentional, active focus or focalization on something. This is the beginning of Shine practice, letting the mind rest, as presented in the 9 stages of rest. Constraint will diminish as the practitioner's progresses along the path through the 9 levels. Open presence is developed and cultivated through sensory openness, panoramic gaze, open lucidity or panoramic awareness. Natural presence is the ultimate fruit of open presence practice, when all the veils of the illusory propensities of duality and conflicting emotions have been released and eventually exhausted. This is then the exhaustion of consciousness and of phenomena, the great exhaustion of karma, Dzogchen. This is the realization of the awakened cognition universal substratum, named clear light. This natural presence is the fruit of Mahamudra and Dzogchen. The natural state is the ultimate realization of open presence yoga. Yoga in Tibetan is Neljor, an abbreviation for Nelmalajorwa, which means the practice of union with the primordial natural state, Numa. This natural primordial awareness state, Rangjung Yeshe, is universal. It is the present before its representation. Only secondarily the primordial awareness is veiled by the representations of conceptual grasping, that is to say by all conceptualizations in terms of names and forms, Mingtsu. Yogic experience, contemplation, consists in cultivating the state of open presence, an open sensory presence free of grasping. Cultivating open presence ultimately realizes the primordial natural state, the state of absolute presence, Datargi Shepa, the state of perfect ungrasping, open, free of duality and ego. Grasping release experiences are associated with precursors of clear light. Dharma phenomenology presents 10 signs of clear light or, in general, 16 types of clear lights. They manifest according to situations and circumstances, degrees of grasping release, of dissolution, depolarization of dualistic consciousness. The levels of grasping release correspond to experiences of clear light signs manifesting the corresponding levels of dualistic consciousness dissolution, Tim Rim. The same signs of clear light manifest at the moment of death, in the final dissolution of consciousness. These signs known in NDE, near-death experiences are analogous to those that manifest in the ultimate death, the dissolution of dualistic illusion and all its manifestations at the time of final awakening. In their essential manifestation, the signs of clear light are heat signs, drota, associated with visual blazing experiences. They appear on the path of junction, Girolami, the second of the 5 paths to enlightenment. These signs of clear light begin with the perception of flashes and flickers, points of light, auras, brilliance, blaze, and particular luminosities. The 10 signs are classically listed as smoke, mirages, clouds, fireflies, sparkling jewels, lunar luminosity, solar luminosity, eclipse, stars and various rays of light. These are marks in the evolution of the practitioner's experience of openness. They are a kind of natural biofeedback. These precious markers are fascinating, which is why it is advised not to become attached to them, as they would then become obstacles in the practice. These signs are found, with some variations, in the different traditions of Theravada and Mahayana, under various presentations and denominations. They are universal, corresponding to the natural signs of consciousness dissolution. Nigama's treatise, 11th century, entitled, The Way of Illusion, Gyu Malam Rim Connect, via the 37 factors of awakening, the signs of clear light of Mahamudra Dzogchen to those presented by Bodhisattva, beginning of the 5th century. In the Visuddhimagga, the great fundamental treatise of Theravada. Neurophenomenology and neurobiofeedback. Numerous neurophenomenology experiments show the correlation between meditative states of one-pointed focus, open presence or altruistic empathy, with particular brain states characterized by electroencephalograms or by the activation of certain specific brain areas. This is the basis of neurophenomenology. Colleagues will probably present you with some of the results in the presentations that follow. On several occasions, I have experimented neurobiofeedback tests based on electroencephalographic feedback. I have found the method to be extremely relevant for meditation training, but, on the other hand, when I tried to use commercially available equipment, I found that there were problems of calibration, of interpretation of the supposedly positive states towards which the equipment guided. The feedback equipment that I tested tended to lead to states of focus or concentration that, at best, would correspond to the first level of Patrul Rinpoche's classification mentioned above, presence or constrained attention. It seems to me that it would be very interesting to develop neurobiofeedback equipment leading to the recognition of the state of open presence and natural presence. This would require a clear identification of the electroencephalographic signature of the states of open presence and natural presence, open and lucid, panoramic awareness free from grasping. Two relevant criteria were mentioned earlier: grasping release degree and stability of the experience. Perhaps such developments have already been made. In any case, this is a subject of research and development that seems to me to be very promising and which, in addition to its scientific interest, could be very useful to many practitioners. Open presence training. Finally, I would like to point out that a few years ago I compiled a manual for open presence training, which my editor called The Great Book of Open Mindfulness, but it is more, How to Start Open Presence Training. Its contents are available online and I have offered it to all the centers or communities of the European Buddhist Union who might wish to use it or transform it for contextual adaptations. My approach in this offering is simply an attempt to develop a second generation of deep mindfulness, open presence, practice in the spirit of the Buddha essential lineages. In conclusion, we have presented consciousness as a dualistic cognitive grasping experience and suggested how training in grasping release transforms consciousness into a natural, non-dualistic, awakened primordial experience. We have also outlined some elements of the method of this transformation which constitutes the path to awakening. To put it in a traditional form, vision is dualistic consciousness transcendence, meditation is open presence, action is egoless altruism, fruit is the non-dualistic natural state of clear light presence. Finally, we mentioned our interest in neurobiofeedback research, which could be a valuable help for the understanding of the mind and for all those who journey on the path of spiritual awakening. I hope that the works and researches of the Contemplative Science Commission of the EBU will continue to improve the quality of the transmission of contemplative science and the practice of meditation everywhere, for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the reader was a bit fast, but then it gives us more time, if you like.
So thank you. Thank you, Rinpoche, and thank you, speaker, the word speaker.
This is word, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a few minutes for first for some reaction or remarks or suggestion of question among us, among the speakers.
Elena has raised her hand.
Yes.
Daniel Rinpoche, thank you very much for this wonderfully rich and informative presentation. That was really excellent to have this overview. I would like to ask you, in your vision, in your opinion, the neurofeedback for open presence, should that be only based on the brain, or should it include the heart as well? As my Dzogchen teacher, Tsogni Rinpoche, says, open mind, open heart, and sort of heartfulness is another side of the coin or expression of mindfulness. So should we be not just focusing on the brain, but including the heart and the rest of our physiological system?
Well, it should definitely involve the heart, but there's a question about what do we mean by heart? And for Tibetan, the heart is the seat of pure mind. You know, we've got mental, brain, mental, conceptual, and we've got heart, direct experience. So it should definitely include heart, but I'm not sure that it should mean electrocardiogram. And I think that electrocephalographic signature can be sufficient, and it includes also this dimension of mind and non-dual experience. I'm just in memory at this point the famous presentation by Jane Boyd Taylor. You know, this medical doctor, scientist who had a stroke in the left hemisphere. And yeah, and that show how
the La La Land.
Yeah, she went into La La Land, and it shows how some brain modification, whatever, can induce heart, what we would call heart dimension of participation, of communion, and a heartfelt feeling of altruistic compassion and communion.
Could I add something here? Thank you for bringing that as an example, but I also wanted to share from my own research with long-term practitioners. I do sort of little experiential experiments with them in addition to collecting their brain data. And what I find quite consistently, depending on how subtle how able the practitioner is to rest in a state of open presence with less and less grasping. If you ask them where they feel the grasping, they will point to the heart, where it's less, so it's kind of more subtle ways of grasping to the experience, the way I interpret it. And for practitioners of kind of intermediate expertise, or if it's a gross thought grasping, they will point to the head. So we can probably and I will invite maybe Antoine and Antonino to comment on that during our panel discussion. We might have quite a good idea already what the cognitive brain-based grasping looks like, but I don't think we have much understanding of what happens with the heart there. Thank you.
That would be very interesting, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Another, if does another of our guest speaker have something to say?
Thanks for the wonderful talk. I was just adding some commenting on Elena's proposal. I was just mentioning that there are some recent work in neuroscience on the neural basis of subjectivity, and often some of the work of Damasio or in France of Catherine Talon-Baudry. They really point to the critical role of bodily signal from the heart, from the guts, in really providing the foundation of the type of signal that is necessary to which are really mediating the emergence of the first person subjectivity. So it's from the neuroscientific viewpoint, it's the heart and the guts play a key role, and the signal they're sending to the brain are central to the arising of subjectivity. But that could be discussed another time.
Mm.
Very good.
Mm. So it's very, very interesting to have science from other place than the brain. So it's very interesting. Yes.
Yes, for instance, one thing we've done it's not analyzed yet, but with expert practitioners, we're measuring their heartbeats and also signal from their stomachs while they meditate. So you can look at there's some electrical signal, for instance, that's you can measure on the stomach. So very slow, around like the frequency about a cycle of 10 seconds or 15 seconds. And there are some evidence that type of signal is modulating cognition also. So there's really a lot of interest now to try to look at the type of, so some researchers are trying to look at the coupling of the influences of the phase of, say, this type of bodily signal, how it's impact cognition and how they're mutual influences. So it's a very fascinating topic of area, which then force you to think about cognition in much broader term as a coupling of different systems, the brain and the body and so on.
That's very promising, but it requires elaborated equipment.
Yes. Yeah.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
In my talk, I will mention the role of volume transmission. It happens in the brain, but not by the neurons. There is neuromodulators are sent all over in the cerebrospinal fluid, and I think these play a role in the qualities of the heart. But you can hear me later on that.
Thank you, Henk. Oh, another is there another remark or question? We can take one, or if people in the participant, if you have question, you can write it in the chat,
Or
if
maybe
you have question or remark in the chat. So if we have time, we can raise them down, and then, or if not, then we can share it during the panel discussion at the end of the conference around 6 o'clock. But you can write in the chat. Somebody is raised his hand. Henk Kelderman, you have. Can you write your? He's asking if he can have the text of your presentation, Rinpoche.
Yes, I tried to put it in the message.
The chat. You can share it in the chat. Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it. Give me a minute.
Then we can send it with an email with the link on the video anyway later. Somebody is asking just one question, and then we will give the floor to Antoine. But oh, okay.
Excuse me, Lama Lhündroup, excuse me, I noticed with Elena that we have our friend and great researcher in contemplative science, Peter Malinowski,
Yes.
and I think it would be great to include him in the panel discussion. Will be, I think it's very nice.
Yeah, okay, very good. So I don't, Thibaut, can you do that? Well, Peter Malinowski was asking, I wonder whether it would make sense to discuss if a neurofeedback approach is beneficial for practitioners at all. Right.
That's a good discussion. And by the way, I just put the text in the message, so anyone can download it if you want. And I think some kind of neurobiofeedback, from my experience, can be quite useful to discover the state that we're talking about when we speak about contemplation. And it's a way to not to remain only in discourse and in intellectual words, but it makes you feel and experience. Just very simply, for instance, if you stop being agitated, you get a feedback of silence. If you, this is the most simplest way of doing, and they could be more elaborated. And my feeling is, yes, it could be useful, but it's worth discussing about.
Okay, so we can have this discussion during the panel discussion. Now maybe it's nice, it's good to give the floor to Professor Antonino Raffone. No, sorry, to Antoine Lutz, sorry. Antoine, can you hear us?
Yes, let me share my screen.
Yes, you can share a screen. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do that. Okay, can you see my screen? Yes, okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Good, okay. So, thank you for the invitation. Really glad that this dialogue is happening. Today, I'm going to not give a full formal theoretical presentation. It's more like a form of an update and giving some example, maybe highlighting some of the big tendency or what's happened over the last where I see changing in the field. So I've been working on meditation for the last 2 decades. I had a chance to start kind of by chance to work on that PhD on the supervision of Francisco Varela at Pitié-Salpêtrière, and I was at the time really interested in understanding the consciousness, particularly the subjectivity of consciousness. So that led me to be interested in meditation. And so I'm just going to give you some general information about where I see the changes in the field and a couple of recent findings, and maybe at the end also some challenges that we are facing as a scientists in this endeavor. Okay. All right. Yeah. So this slide is just illustrating that contemplative science started really through dialogues initiated in particular by the Mind and Life Institute, and it has been there have been an explosion of scientific studies since the late 1980s, and it's covered on many fields from cognitive science, positive psychology, cognitive science, psychiatry, preventive medicine, education. So it's very broad now, and now also computational science and many other fields. So as I mentioned, it's someone like Francisco Varela played a key role as a Dharma practitioner, neurobiologist, philosopher, to really shape this dialogue. And he had a great vision to create the Mind and Life Institute, which was a series of dialogue with contemplative from the Buddhist traditions. And Lena and I just came back from the one of this meeting in October in India, which was on the theme of interdependencies, ethics, and social networks. And you can see at the time that so it has been like 35 years. So that's I think something to celebrate, and it's also nice to reflect and to recognize that a lot have happened over the last 3 decades. So that's very exciting. You can see that there is now 2 institutes, Mind and Life Institute, which is mostly in the US, and now we also have the Mind and Life Europe, which are 2 sisters organizations running programs and collaborating together. And in Europe, we have a very strong interest in particular the humanities, so not only science, but also the humanities and philosophies, phenomenology, and so on. So I really appreciate Denis Rinpoche's presentation, which has a very strong emphasis on phenomenology. To give you an overview, this field was really driven initially by a kind of a mental health agenda. Some secular program of meditation really played central role in really drove the interest of scientists for meditation. And it was in particular the work from the program of mindfulness-based stress reduction, introduced by John Kabat-Zinn, that you probably all know. That's an 8-week program that is introducing different various exercises, like the body scan, focused awareness, different group dialogue, mindful walking, and that program play an important role in presenting in a secular way very simple mindfulness exercise. And as values, it has been scientifically studied extensively. There's probably thousands of publications now on MBSR. And the field has developed, and this initial program has been then combined with different therapeutic intervention, in particular coming from the depression field of depression research, and that's the program of mindfulness-based cognitive therapies, that the work from Zindel Ziegel, John Tisdale, and Mark Williams. And that's the MBCT was provide some of the strongest evidence on the positive impact of mindfulness on the regulation of the monkey mind or thought processes. And now there are multiple mindfulness-based interventions that are developing different aspects for different populations, different clinical needs. So you have mindfulness intervention for senior, for pregnant women, for anxiety, smoking cessation, and so on. It has also had a very strong societal impact. As you can see, that, as you know, there have been many magazines in popular press which are talking about this mindfulness revolution. So that's an example of a study that published a couple of years ago, when they found that a training on MBCT could have an impact on depression relapse that was comparable to a standard program of a standard intervention with antidepressants. So this graph is showing how fast you relapsing depression after being treated by antidepressant. And you can see that MBCT has a similar protective effect as an antidepressant, and that's higher than a placebo. So as an update, there are now nice meta-analyses that are trying to cover that particular area of research. So that's the field of, if you want, clinical research on meditation, on mindfulness. And the strength of this line of research is that they try to follow very standard, rigorous methods that you find in clinical research. So they are typically studies when you have randomized longitudinal trials with different arms. One of the arms is a meditation intervention, and then you have different control intervention, active or passive. And to give you a quick tour of that finding, is that literature found that across, if you want, a total of several thousands of participants. And you can find that if you, so this graph is representing what we call effect size, and that's a way scientists try to summarize the efficacy of a clinical program. And they ask the question, is it useful for psychotic conditions? So here, so the MMBI stands for mindfulness meditation-based intervention. And so when you compare the efficacy of this type of program compared to no treatment, you can see that there are good effects. So a good effect is around between 0.4 and 0.6 effect size. So on depression, anxiety, and pain, you can see some solid effects. But what is interesting to notice is that when you start to compare to an active control intervention, which is an intervention that is also therapeutically valid, which has some effect on the people, like a form of placebo, for instance, or any form of active therapeutic values, you see that there is a strong drop in the effect size, and you can still see an effect, in particular in depression research, but not in an anxiety, pain, or substance use. It's not superior to in this case. And then when you compare the efficacy of the intervention to usual treatment, so how you treat depression with drugs or with cognitive therapy or any standard practice that you use that also exists in the field, you see that there are no superiority. That's what is at the bottom, no superiority between this mindfulness intervention and a standard practice. So if you want, that's an interesting slide that's described in a very synthetic way what we know now about the clinical efficacy of mindfulness-based intervention. And so to summarize it, it has some effect, in particular in the case of depression, but it's rather moderate, in particular when you control to an active control groups. And of course, that's just one summary of what's happened now. There are many efforts to try to understand better the mechanism of this intervention and to improve them. Now, another thing I want to emphasize is the change across time in what we study. So I noticed there's a broadening of the scope of research in the field of meditation. Initially, when we started 20 years ago, we mostly had measure of attention, for instance, how much you can measure the effect of meditation on response inhibition, on executive function, on selective attention. And gradually, there is an interest to go more into cognitive mechanisms that are specifically trained in meditation. And there is also an interest to focus in more diverse form of meditation. So I show the example of the sports here. And as you know, in the same way that there are different types of exercise, physical exercise, there are different styles of meditation that will impact differently the mind. And now there is really a recognition in science over the last maybe 10 years that there is really a need to study different style of meditation, and they will have different mechanism and impact differently brain function, mental functions. So we propose, for instance, a typology of 3 families of meditation. I'll just give you a quick tour. So attentional family that is really cultivating, if you want, a form of attention regulation, meta-awareness, and the capacity to sustain and maintain meta-awareness. And what is targeted with this style of practice is what you can call experiential fusion. So Lamadoni presented describe how you can, through grasping, illusion, or avoidance, have a fuse with appearance, and that's what is described in this mode when the untrained mind is lost into phenomena, and that's what the purpose of this first family is to train, is to become aware of that process. And then you have a different family that is then try to, based on this capacity to observe the mind and then work on the mind. And once the mind is more applicable, you can then cultivate different habits. So it's, what you try to focus is to develop specific, more adaptive self schemas and through different techniques. But we think that the primary mechanism is some form of cognitive reappraisal or perspective techniques. And then you have now another form of meditation family that is really try to focusing on self-inquiry. So how much we can, a person can get insight about the process of perception, emotion, and cognitions. And this type of deconstructive meditation practice can be oriented toward the content of the mind or toward the perceiver or consciousness itself. And one of the core targeted states in this case is cognitive reification, this capacity to grasp on phenomena as permanent, solid, and independent. So that just, I mean, for this audience, this is nothing new here, but it's important to mention that that's actually published in a scientific journal. So it's just an illustrate that there is now an effort to translate certain insight from the tradition into specific cognitive mechanism and try to develop a model about how this different style of practice will target different aspects of the mind. Frédéric, should I stop at, how long do I still have? 15 minutes? Or? I can't hear you, but. Okay, I can't hear you, but so I'll continue like 15 minutes. So I just try to say that another novelty that I noticed is that now there are also interest to focus on to design experiments that are much more inspired by the contemplative tradition or if you want, the phenomenology of meditation. And that's just an example of a task when we really try to study this notion of cognitive reification, how the tendency of the mind to perceive appearance as being solid and real. And if you want, you can contrast a normal form of awareness that is lost into what its content from a meditative awareness that is, or epoche, as Lamadini said, that is try to recognize the constructive aspect of the nature of perception. And so with these PhD students, Constanta Baquedano, we ask novices and practitioners to manipulate either a self-immersion into food images. So they saw images like a strawberry, and they had to either look at it as if it was real. So if you want, you can play with that and immerse yourself in the strawberry and imagine you're gonna grasp, you're gonna eat it. And if you do it for some time and really lost into the images, you will maybe start to feel that it's so real that it's trigger a salivary response. And so we contrast this type of self-immersion mode of consciousness to a form of deification that you cultivate in mindfulness when you observe your emotion, feelings, and sensation moment after moment. And so when we manipulate these two states, we found that there is indeed, and we asked participants how they experience that modulation. They indeed report that in the mindfulness instruction, there was less verification, there was more sense of meta-awareness or more space in experience, there were less craving, and somehow the trend for being less, the food was somehow less sticky. Interestingly, we also measure salivation and volume after the manipulation, and you could see that that's very simple manipulation for a couple of minutes was sufficient to change the way they perceive the food images, and that there was a modulation of the salivation volume when they were lost into the images and grasping at them versus when they were observing the mind. And after that manipulation, we asked them to do a task. So I don't have too much time to go into detail, but it's a task that is a behavioral measure that is called an approach avoidance task that is somehow measuring, to be quick, food bias. So how much your mind is naturally, there is a biases in the way when you perform a task, so whether you're more slow or fast. And what we can see that this food bias is a function of the manipulation which I just described. So if you perceive certain images as being really solid and real, it will have then an impact. This simple manipulation will create a habit of perception that will then change the way you perform the task. And we can measure that behaviorally. So this sense of what we call in psychology subjective realism of the object, whether you can regulate that or not, and whether you have craving on that or not, will change then the type of habits that you have in the task and that you can measure in the behavior of the person. Such as that these biases will be the more things appear sticky and grasp, the full images appear sticky, during this manipulation, the more you see behavioral consequences down the road during this task. More recently, we also measure some EEG, and there is some very cool finding that I'm going to briefly explain. So it's using these machine learning techniques that have been very popular now in cognitive science, when you can just take all this brain signal, the electroencephalogram, and you can use it in a very blind way to decode the food preferences of the person. So you can try to see if there is some information in this spontaneous EEG signal that could that can teach you how to decode the food preferences of a person. And indeed, what we can see that we have enough information that's on the left here to be able to decode the perception of the images, the first 300 milliseconds in both conditions, mindfulness and immerse. Yet what is very interesting is that only in the meditator groups, you see that there is a gradual decrease of that decodability across time, such as after 200 milliseconds, you see a drop in decodability, while it remains very high for the novices in both states. So suggesting that when there is this regulation of grasping in advanced practitioners, you can somehow there's less information to decode that food preferences. So that's maybe a nice illustration of a nice correlate of the type of regulation which is cultivated during meditation. So I was planning to present some data on pain because I saw that Lamadoni present a lot of things on open presence. So I don't think it's realistic to present it now, but just for information, that there are no research in several groups, in our group in Lyon in particular, to study this style of non-dual meditation, and we found in particular that it has a capacity to regulate pain in experts, and that there is a stronger capacity to uncouple the sensory and affective aspect of pain, and we have some neural correlate of that. But maybe I could discuss now. I just want to finish with some maybe a reflection about a broader topic, which is what is this dialogue between contemplation and science. I noticed that I just want to finish by sharing some data and also discussing the challenges to report or investigate meditation. So first, we can start briefly by some data. So that's some fascinating work from the group of Tanja Singer in Germany. So you're probably familiar with this work, but it provides some very strong evidence for how different style of meditation impact differently the brain. So in this case, they train novices in 3 styles of meditation that are roughly speaking a form of presence, so cultivating attention, interoceptive awareness, or affect, cultivating prosociality, compassion, and so on, or perspective takings, and the participants were trained in different these 3 different modules, and with this idea that they will develop different mental function, and that down the road will impact different brain structures. And the critical finding from this study, which was very strong in terms of methods, there is the effect size. I mean, there was a large group of participants. It's really like a landmark study in the field. And they found that there was differential response, differential impact on brain structure, on the cortical thickness, as a response of different style of meditation, suggesting that if you train your mind to different type of exercise, you will see of meditation, you will see a different impact on different regions. And then when they look into the relation between structural change and behavioral marker, they found a relationship between different behavioral markers of this, mental capacities and brain structures. So that's a really interesting demonstration of a link between mental training and neuroplasticity. Now, I just want to, for the last couple of minutes, discuss how it is also challenging to do research on contemplative science. And there are now, it's a really nice collective piece, which was written a couple of years ago in response to some of the early finding on mindfulness. And it was, they had this very nice title of, which was Mind the Hype, a critical evaluation of prospective agenda for research on mindfulness and meditation. And there were many authors in this list, and they were just express a concern about the way meditation was used in society, how the findings on meditation were reported in the field, and about the role of ethics, the also methodological issues, how some of the work, which are very sometimes very preliminary, are just then reported in the public as being like solid and definitive results, and they just warned that there was a risk for misinformation and that some of this poor methodology could be associated with I mean, one of the main risks is to lead public consumer to be disappointed and misled or even harmed by the lack of rigor in the way we talk about our work and about also the limitation of our finding. And I just want to illustrate that with a recent finding we published this year. So it's a study we've done in the lab of Richard Davidson in Wisconsin. And so we tried to replicate an early study on mindfulness, which was a very interesting first study that reports some structural effect of 8-week mindfulness on the brain. So this early study was highly quoted, and so you could see that that's just a summary of how this journal, this study has been summarized by some scientists in the Harvard review. I mean, how you could see that there was really presenting this thing as being as this kind of this first study has been something definitive, and how meditation was that mindfulness should be considered shouldn't be considered just nice to have. It's a must-have, keeping our brain healthy and protecting us from tonic stress. So that was a very strong, definite interpretation of some finding, which was quite preliminary in a way. And so what was interesting is that when we tried to replicate that with a very large sample. So it was a combination of 2 clinical trials that we've done over the last. It took us 10 years to do these 2 trials. So it's across 218 participants, which were randomized into 3 arms. An arm which did some mindfulness, an arm did some mindfulness, an active control group or a waiting list, and we failed to. So there was a work from Tammy Krall in the lab from Richard Davidson, and what she found that there was no effect whatsoever in in the brain after 8 weeks. And even if when we take the region of interest, which are here, which were found in the first study, you could not see any effects on this particular structure. The only interesting finding was that there was indeed an effect of when you take into account practices in the model. You could see that the group who took the MBSR, the participant who had the strongest practice, show some effects in the amygdala, which was one of the regions of interest. So to summarize, there was when we use when Tammy used really very rigorous methods with active groups and passive groups, and using state-of-the-art methods, we could not replicate it, which is not in a way a problem. It's just tell us that 8 weeks of MBSR, when you practice 30 minutes per day, is not sufficient to detect an effect on the brain. And that's good to know. And so it's nothing problematic. And there are other evidence, like the study from Tanya Singers, that show that indeed it's possible to have an effect on the brain, but you need to practice much longer. So the point of the story is to say that there is really a tension sometimes as a scientist between being able to share some exciting finding, and I found very difficult sometimes to share all the expertise to be able to evaluate the level of the weight of the information, or how much you can, what is the strength of the finding. And I noticed that often some of our work is somehow miscommunicated in the press, and so there's a risk of misinformation. And so I think I thought it would be an interesting things to discuss at that panel about the difficulty to do, on the one hand, rigorous science when you will find sometimes negative finding, and the fact that how to manage that, and how can the public can understand also that that's just the natural way science goes, to have sometimes positive findings, sometimes negative finding, and so we really need to do an effort about communicating about specifically what we know, what we don't know, and also I think that's my main take-home message, is that it's going to take a long time to really have solid evidence, and that we can say with confidence about about what meditation really does in the brain. So voilà. So it was I'm going to end my talk here to thank all the different people in our group who participate to this study, and I can answer some questions now if you want.
Thank you, Antoine. Thank you very much. So, if among the guest speakers you have any reaction or suggestion or objections or question to Antoine?
Oh, Elena, sorry, the health enhancement program was an active control group. So in distal medicine, the novelty was that we had a randomized clinical trial. So a trial when you take novices and you allocate them in 3 arms. One arm was a mindfulness intervention. One arm was an active control group. So a group when there were some health benefits. So for instance, the health enhancement program was a program when there was teaching nutrition, music therapy, physical exercise. So there was some group discussion. So somehow they were matching structurally with the mindfulness, but without the mindfulness component. And then we had the third arm, which was a passive arm. And so in this large trial, what is difficult is to really get at the core mechanism of action of mindfulness. And you want to separate that from what is called a non-specific effect of an intervention. So we know that every intervention has, it's like the charisma of a teacher will have an impact. The fact that you are doing something will have an effect. The fact that you are in a group will have an effect. So you want to separate this kind of placebo, social placebo, if you want, from the actual effect of mindfulness. And so that's why these large trials are very complicated to do, because you need to have two control conditions. Lena?
Thank you, Anton. I wanted to ask you in relation to this active control condition. I mean, if one of the areas of interest in terms of replication was hippocampal volume, then we know from multiple studies that exercise, nutrition have an effect on adult hippocampal neurogenesis. And the idea is that the increase in mindfulness-based hippocampal volume is also potentially via the same mechanism, although we don't have a direct measure of it or direct evidence for it. But the framework would be by reducing stress reactivity, you actually boost the adult hippocampal neurogenesis, which then shows us the volume increase. So if we don't see the differential effects of mindfulness versus other interventions that are known to boost hippocampal neurogenesis, such as nutrition, such as exercise, then should we not be comparing to active interventions that potentially won't have an effect on hippocampal volume, but would create follow the structure, the social enriching environment, which, by the way, in itself can boost hippocampal volume. So could you comment on that? The lack of differential effect when we compare with things that would create the same effect, essentially. Yeah,
maybe I'm aware I went very fast on it's very complex and dense data that I present maybe too quickly, but it was just to give you an overview. But so first of all, the hippocampus, just to explain to some person here, that's one of the only reasons, there's one of the two regions in the brain when you have new neurons that are called neurogenesis. So there are new neurons in the adult brain, which can be generated in this brain region, so hippocampus. And the hippocampus also play a key role in memories. And so that's a central region of interest to, because if the idea that if you, the way you are when there are new neurons in this region, the way you're going to experience the idea that whatever you will experience at that moment, that could lead to some form of neuroplastic effect on this neuron. So the way these neurons are going to be recruited and connected with the rest of the brain will typically depend on what will happen during that time. So that's why Lena has a very strong interest in the hippocampus volume, because that will be a good candidate to see a change in the brain driven by a change in experience. And so I think Elena's concern was that if we compare mindfulness intervention to an active intervention, as a HEP program which I've described, somehow it's not impossible that there will be still some effect in mindfulness, because maybe mindfulness has some effect on the hippocampus, but also the active intervention. Both have a protective effect, for instance. And that's why we had a third arm, and maybe I was too fast. We had a third arm when there did nothing, what is called a passive control group. And even comparing to the passive control group, you don't see an effect. So that's I just say that, I mean, that doesn't exclude as I mentioned on the last slide, there is some effect in the amygdala. So that's sure that who participant who practice the most you could see an effect on the volume of the amygdala. So it doesn't rule out the possibility that you could see an effect on the hippocampus. But that the conclusion, I think, is that it's possible that the dose of meditation of 8 weeks, 30 minutes a day is not sufficient to induce, on average, an effect on the hippocampal volume.
On this purpose, but do we know what is the minimum of time a day for 8 weeks that brings effect? Maybe 2 hours or 3 hours?
So that's what I said, like if you take into account the practices, so how much, so in each of the studies, you participants have typically a run log when they notice a journal, when they notice every day how much they practice. So we can just take then that information and try to correlate with a change. And that's what Tammy found, that people who practice the most it has the strongest impact on amygdala volume. So that's an interesting indication. But now the difficulty is that, and that's why I say to it must be hard for the public, is that the literature is there are many different type of intervention in the literature. I just met a colleague with Lena. We met a colleague in the US who work on mindfulness and pain, and he said that for him he's only interested in a very, very short intervention when people train for 4 times 20 minutes in mindfulness, and then he put them in the scanner and look at the effect on pain regulation. And his idea is that the participants don't have the time to do long intervention, and so you want to see a positive effect with very short intervention. So what all of that is telling us that gradually we start to know with different type of intervention, different lengths, different techniques, whether they impact or not different measures. So we can anticipate that there, as I said, I show you some positive effect of MBSR on a self-report of depression, for instance. So some people do feel better, but you don't see an effect on some physiological measure as brain volume. So what they're telling us is that there are probably deep for the dose. There will be probably different dose that you need to use to see an impact on different type of measures. And maybe if I have to speculate, I would say you could probably see first a change in experience, some scales, and then a change in maybe brain functions. And then down the road, potentially you could see an effect on brain structure. And maybe they need a different time scale, different dose. With a Gail Shetela, we just finished an 18 months intervention of meditation on aging. We published like a month ago. And for the sake of time, I did not present it, but what this study is suggesting that we could not find an effect in senior adults on the structure of the brain, but there was some trend on brain functions in some limbic region, suggesting that support what I just said, that it's possible that meditation training will impact first certain brain function, and that could then gradually, through practice, transform into a change in brain structure. But again, we all of that takes time to. I mean, the study I just showed you, just for your information, it took us almost 10 years to collect this information. So that's why it's and it costs a lot of money to do this trial. So yeah, progress is going to be slow.
Thank you, Antoine. So the time is running, and thank you, Antoine. Thank you very much. And maybe some, yes, and you have I think Elena shared the link where we can see your presentation on the. It is published and it is accessible online.
That's the link to the study that
okay.
Someone asked, not to the presentation,
okay,
to the paper that
then,
was about by Henk.
Okay. Okay, we see then after we see if it's possible to share the documents, but then we can see after the conference.
Yeah.
Then I will share give the floor to Venerable Dario Doshin Girolami.
So thank you very much. I am extremely happy to be here. As it has been said at the beginning, we have been working for more than a year in order to create this new EBU network. So I'm very, very happy to see that the network is up and alive and that we are here together discussing Dharma and sciences. So as for my talk, well, it's a twofold talk. The first part will be run by me, and the second part will be run by Professor Antonino Raffone. We will talk about the 8 consciousnesses from the Dharma point of view and from the neuroscience point of view. So they are 2 parts of the same topic. As for the 8 consciousness, based on the Abhidharma, the Yogacara, or mind-only school, Chittamatra, developed a description of the 8 consciousnesses and an explanation of how the mind works and how it contributes to creating the reality we experience. So, and with the Chitta Matra, traditionally we say that is the 3rd turning of the wheel. So the first turning of the wheel was with Buddha and Shakyamuni Buddha, the 2nd turning of the wheel with Nagarjuna, and then the 3rd turning of the wheel with Vasubandhu and Asanga, his brother. They both created the Yogacara or Chitta Matra or Vijnapti Matra school, the mind-only school. And they developed, based on Abhidharma studies, they developed, they described the mind and the functioning of the mind, and more specifically, the functioning of the consciousness. And they divided the consciousness into 8 consciousnesses. So I'll can share the screen and okay, I think you can see it in this very old style drawing. And so here we have the 8 consciousnesses. I'll describe them top down, and then bottom up, I'll go into details as much as I can with half an hour. So we have the taste consciousness, smell consciousness, touch consciousness, hearing consciousness, and sight consciousness. They are all connected to the mind consciousness. Then we have manas, and then alaya vijnana, or storehouse consciousness. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consciousnesses. So I'll go briefly top down and then bottom up in more details. So how it works briefly. So the sense organs enter in contact with their correspective object. For instance, the eyes enter in contact with forms and colors. And then the sight, for example, the sight consciousness is activated. The sight consciousness transmits the message, the input to the mind consciousness. In order for recognition to happen, mind consciousness activates manas, that is a dynamic part, a dynamic conscious that goes, let's say, down into the storehouse consciousness, alaya vijnana, where all categories, for the moment, let's say all the categories are deposited, and then find the categories that best describe whatever has been contacted by, for instance, the sight consciousness. And then manas brings the message up to the conscious level, to the mind consciousness. And then at this moment, recognition happens. So for instance, you see something like that, if you look at the stamp on the right, and then what is that? So the sight consciousness sends the messages to the mind consciousness. Manas is activated, goes down into alaya vijnana, finds the category that best describes whatever you are looking at, and then the message comes up thanks to manas, and then there is recognition at the level of mind consciousness. And then at the mind consciousness level, we can say pen. Otherwise, what is that we are looking at? Okay, so let's go down to alaya vijnana and see how it works, and then go from the bottom up. So alaya vijnana, vijnana in Sanskrit is consciousness. Alaya, it means storehouse, deposit. If you don't know Sanskrit, don't be scared. Alaya is a word that you already know. How? Well, you all know Himalaya. Himalaya, the word Himalaya, the mountains. Well, hima, it means snow, and alaya is a compound in Sanskrit. Hima, alaya. Hima means snow. Alaya means storehouse. So the Indian people were looking at the mountains where the snow was deposited and still is deposited, hopefully, and they recognize it as the snow deposit. So alaya is a word that you already know. Alaya vijnana is consciousness. Alaya vijnana is the storehouse consciousness, where all our categories and functions and experiences and memories are deposited. The storehouse consciousness has three functions. The first is to store and preserve all the seeds. So here we have done bija. Bija in Sanskrit means seed. So in the storehouse consciousness are deposited the seeds. The seeds are the seeds of our experiences. The seed buried in our store consciousness represent everything we ever done, experienced, or perceived. And the seeds planted by actions, experiences, and perceptions are the subject of consciousness. And the storehouse consciousness draws together all these seeds just as a magnet would attract particles of iron. The second aspect of store consciousness is the seeds themselves. We can say that a museum is more than the building. A museum is also the works of art that are displayed there. In the same way, storehouse consciousness is not just the storehouse of the seeds, but also the seeds that are found there. The third function of the store consciousness is a store for the attachment to a self. This is because of the very subtle and complex relationship between manas, the seventh consciousness that we will describe later, and the storehouse consciousness. So the primary function of the store consciousness is to store and preserve all the seeds. And the seeds, bijas, give phenomena the ability to perpetuate themselves. Our mind is like a field in which every kind of seed is sown. The seeds of compassion, joy, hope, but the seeds of sorrow, fear, difficulties. Every day, our thoughts, words, deeds plant new seeds in the field of our consciousness. And what these seeds generate becomes the substance of our life. And the seeds can be wholesome and unwholesome. There are both wholesome and unwholesome seeds in our mind field, sown by ourselves, but not only that, sown by our parents, our schooling, ancestors, and society. So we can say that the seeds are both of samsara and nirvana, of suffering and happiness. And we you will know the pratitya samutpada, the 12-fold chain of causation, and we found vijnana. We find vijnana in the pratitya samutpada or paticca samutpada, and so it's avidya, samskara, vijnana, and then namarupa in the 12-fold link. So vijnana is just before namarupa, body and mind. So the Buddhist psychology is telling us that vijnana arises just before the arising of a body-mind complex. And this is something that has been developed by the Chittamatra, the Yogacara school, and solving very gently, in a very subtle way, the problem of anatta or anatman. Many of us, I'm sure, we had problems in understanding how is it possible reincarnation, how is it possible rebirth in Buddhism if there is no soul, if there is no Atman, so the teaching of Anatman or Anatta in Pali. Well, the Chittamatra school solved this problem by talking about Vijnana, and in particular, Alaya Vijnana. Alaya Vijnana, when we born, we already have an Alaya Vijnana that carry already many seeds from our past lives, from our past experiences. So it's not a subject, it's not a soul, it's not a self, it's just a container, a selfless container that shipped the past experiences from one life to the other. It's not a subject, it's not a soul, it's just a vessel, and subjectless vessel. But this is also saying that when at the moment of the birth, we already are equipped with seeds, with experiences, with predispositions, we can say, that will influence our activity for the rest of our life. And we have wholesome seeds and unwholesome seeds, seeds of compassion and seeds of greed, hate, and delusion. And the Alaya Vijnana is individual and collective. So we do have seeds, bija, that we sow in Alaya Vijnana, that we can imagine as a field. So we sow the seeds during our lifetime, but we have also the seeds coming from our past lives. But Alaya Vijnana is not only individual, it's collective. Let's go back to the Chittamatra school, Chittamatra, mind only. Very briefly, the mind only school says that basically reality is an illusion created by the mind. It's like a dream or maybe a nightmare. So how come that we are all dreaming the same dream? Because we can say, okay, so reality is just a projection of my mind. So you all are just a projection of my mind. But the fact is that we are all sharing a life. And this is explained, by the way, that the Alaya Vijnana is individual and collective. So it's not only my consciousness, storehouse consciousness, but it's a collective consciousness. This explains why we can all share this dream or nightmare, it depends. And we will see better later, but the tendency of these seeds can be influenced. We say vashana, or impregnation, or habit energy. They can receive an influence. They can change. That is a bad news and a good news. That means that we can strengthen our bad habit, or we can strengthen, thanks to the practice, thanks to the practice of meditation, we can strengthen our good tendencies. We will see that later. And then we can talk about manas. So manas is a dynamic part, is a dynamic consciousness. As we said, it put in context the mind consciousness that in terms of Western psychology, we can say that is the conscious, while manas is the pre-conscious and alaya vijnana is the subconscious. So manas is between the conscious level and the unconscious level, and it connects the two levels. It's not exactly like that, but Professor Raffone can be more clear on that topic. So manas, the seventh consciousness, the relationship between manas and the store consciousness is very subtle. Manas arises from the store consciousness and takes a tiny part of the store consciousness to be the object of its attraction. It regards this part of store consciousness as a separate entity, a self, and it grasps onto it firmly. That's why we are not aware of all the seeds that are stored in the storehouse consciousness, because between the conscious level, the mind level, and the subconscious alaya vijnana level, there is manas that can be described as a cloud that clouds the vision of the mind consciousness, so the conscious mind can see only what manas wants. And manas is, traditionally we say that manas arises from alaya vijnana. So at the beginning is a part of alaya vijnana that arises from alaya vijnana and falls in love with just a little part of alaya vijnana. As we said, alaya vijnana is individual and collective, and as collective is infinite. But manas sees only a part, a tiny part of alaya vijnana. This is the origin, according to Yogacara, this is the origin of the self, of the sense that we have of a separate self. Manas is the culprit. But manas arises also as a function. Why do we have manas? Manas is, as I said, the dynamic part that puts in contact the mind consciousness with the storehouse consciousness, but it arises as a life-preserving system. Again, Professor Raffone can be more clear on that level, but it arises as a way of preserving our life. It's a self-protective system. But since it's like a cloud, in fact, if you look at the drawing, manas is like a wave or a cloud. So the mind conscious, we can say that. Why we don't see all the seeds that are deposited in alaya vijnana? The reason is because between there is manas that is like a wall. And then we have the mind consciousness, the sixth consciousness, mind consciousness, mano vijnana. So as we have learned, manas is the base of mind consciousness. And we have to say something else. The mode of perception of manas is always wrong, while the perception of alaya vijnana, mind consciousness, and the senses consciousness can be direct or indirect, can be right or can be wrong. The perception of manas is always wrong. That's why we have a wrong perception of reality. So manas is the base of mind consciousness, and because the mode of perception of manas is always erroneous, much of what we perceive in our mind consciousness is also false. Because the nature of manas is obscured, our mind consciousness is often also covered over by delusion. Unlike manas, however, our mind consciousness is capable of other modes of perception as well, direct or inferred. So when our mind consciousness is able to perceive things directly, it is capable of touching the realm of suchness. In Buddhist psychology, the mind is considered a sense organ. In fact, in Buddhist psychology, we say that we have 6 senses, not only the 5 senses plus the mind. The object of sense of the mind are the mental formations. But still, mind is considered a kind of sense organ, not differently from the sight consciousness or hearing consciousness. So the content of the mind consciousness are the mental formations influenced by whatever is deposited in alaya vijnana. And then we have the senses consciousness, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. So just as the soul consciousness is the base of manas, and manas is the base of mind consciousness, these 5 sense consciousnesses are based in the 6th consciousness, mind consciousness. And all 8 consciousness are in this way connected, interdependent. And the senses from which these 5 consciousness arise are sometimes referred to as gates or entrances, ayatana, because all the objects of our perception, all dharmas, enter our consciousness through sensory contact with them. For this reason, it's important to learn how to guard these gates, mindfulness practice, guard these gates into our consciousness, to choose wisely what we allow to enter and become seeds. And the way to do that is through mindfulness. So let's say that we do have a seed of anger. For causes and conditions, the seed of anger is activated. It goes up to the level of mind consciousness, and we get angry. By getting angry, we spread more seeds of anger that will fall into alaya vijnana, that is like a field. And so we every single time we get angry, we plant more seeds of anger, because that's what alaya vijnana does. It's like a field. Whatever we plant in alaya vijnana, it will grow. But we can use at our own advantage these characteristic of alaya vijnana. So every single time a seed of compassion arises and we act out of compassion, by acting out of compassion, we plant seeds, we spread seeds of compassion, and these seeds will fall into alaya vijnana and will give rise to more compassion. So again, we can use this characteristic of alaya vijnana at our own advantage. It's a matter of choice. What kind of seeds do we want to cultivate? What kind of seeds we don't want to cultivate? It's like a garden. In the Zen tradition, gardening is a spiritual practice. And it's not the only tradition, of course, where gardening is a spiritual practice. In the Christian tradition, monks, in certain traditions, monks they have as a spiritual practice to take care of a piece of land as a garden with flowers or with vegetables or with herbal medicines. But still, as a spiritual practice, they have to take care of this field. So our mind is like a field that has never been cultivated. So our practice, the practice of mindfulness, is cultivating this field, is taking care of this field, uprooting bad seeds, uprooting wild grass, pervasive wild, the pervasive wild grass of anger, greed, hate, and delusion, and planting and watering the seeds of compassion and wisdom and benevolence and so on. How we do that? Well, listening to a Dharma talk, we plant seeds of wisdom and compassion. These seeds fall into alaya vijnana, and then we sit in meditation, and meditation is like watering the seeds. Unlike, it's not different from what we do with the garden. We put a seed and then nothing happens. Then we water the seed and nothing happens. And then magically we have a plant. So I'm sure that many of you sometimes thought, well, I have been meditating for a long time and nothing is happening. Well, it's the same thing as putting a seed in a vase and then say, well, nothing is happening. Yes, but there is something that is going on below, under the level of consciousness, where the work of alaya vijnana, together with the seeds, is transforming the seed and allowing the seed to sprout. So the mindfulness can be called, well, on one level with mindfulness, as I said, we guard the gates, the gates of perception. We are aware of what we put in our own storehouse consciousness. But mindfulness, the practice of meditation, is also considered to be watering the seeds. We sit and it seems that nothing is happening. Actually, we are watering the seeds that one day, when causes and conditions will be ripe, these seeds will arise. Of course, there is much more to say. Half an hour is not nearly enough, but I think that my time is out, so I can stop here. And I would suggest to move into Professor Raffone talk, and then we can discuss the topic together, so you can see the other phase of this practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dario.
Just maybe we just have 2 minutes of a little rest for 2 minutes, and we can integrate what have been said. Okay, so we just go directly with Professor Antonino Raffone. So and then we have a discussion a little. Okay.
Thank you, Lhündroup. So thank you to the organizers, to European Buddhist Union, and to the speakers for these wonderful contributions, to all the participants. So nicely participating. So I would like to say something about the fact that we have really inherited these great treasures of insight, psychological insight from Buddhist psychology. For example, this is a beautiful image of the ruins of the ancient Nalanda University, which is in the north of India. Then it got destroyed, unfortunately, in the 13th century, and was very important for the transmission of really great insights about, of course, Buddhism, teachings, and several disciplines. It was an international university, and considering mathematics and so on, and with a particular emphasis on these insights on psychology. For example, Vasubandhu and Asanga, that Dario was mentioning, developing the Yogacara approach, were actually also abiding in Nalanda University. So, and now just to say that there has been a kind of rebuilding, or let's say a new incarnation of International Nalanda University. You can see the beautiful campus, and the focus is not only in Buddhist Indian philosophy, psychology, but it is also on the actual ecology. So the new campus that you can see, the beautiful photos here, is one of the most ecological of the world. And I'm really grateful and honored to be visiting professor there and advisor. So, okay, talking about, before actually going back to the model of the the 8 consciousnesses that Dario has so beautifully presented. So thank you very much, Dario, for your so clear presentation and discussion of the 8 consciousnesses. A core model of Buddhist psychology is given by the 5 aggregates, and it's about body, feeling tone, then let's say concepts, categorization, also called perception, cognition, mental formations like motivation, emotion, mental states, and you can see consciousness here. And what is interesting is that consciousness, as Dario was describing, vijnana or vijnana, is the capacity to get in contact directly with sensory inputs in the different modalities, and also, of course, to be influenced by mental states and so on. So our categories. So what is interesting is that consciousness is a kind of a conditioned consciousness here. So, and this is a very important insight, because we know from Pavlov, Skinner in psychology, the idea of conditioning is related mostly to these implicit aspects, but also an important highlight of Buddhist psychology and this model is that also our thinking can be conditioned. And this is why, for example, we have in secular mindfulness developments, we know also that mind-wandering, rumination, worry show that also our thinking consciousness, so to speak, can be conditioned by like and dislike, desire and aversion, delusion, and so on. And we will see also these mechanisms in light of the 8 consciousnesses model. So the model of the 5 aggregates is, I just go back one moment, is very refined, because it tells us that Nama Rupa, mind and body, are always interacting, and also tells us that consciousness, let's say here, we can interpret it as the part of our mind, or we can say also mind-body or mind-brain-body in contemporary terms, that is really making a choice, for example, of mental action, body action, or speech action. So actually it's related to karma, no? The idea of, and it makes sense to have this kind of, let's say, central processor, let's call it like this, a bit like a control tower in airport. You just need one control tower in airport, or maybe if you have more, you need really to have a master control tower, or to coordinate them. By all means, you can imagine what kind of accidents could happen otherwise. So I think this integrative role of vijnana is very, very important, because there is actually a core. We will see how this can be interpreted as a kind of workspace in contemporary meaning in consciousness research that really gives unity, and to our actually choices of action. Of course, we are responsible, because if this processor makes Kushala choices, no unhealthy, then through the so-called law of karma, there are consequences and so on. So this is why
Antonino, is it normal that the PowerPoint is still on the Nalanda's pictures?
No, it's not normal. So thank you for pointing out this. Maybe can you see this, or so maybe can you see this now?
No, it doesn't change. We just see the picture of Nalanda,
which is nice, but I think let me see if I can maybe go out and maybe share again the screen. Let me see. So I just try again. So thank you for raising this. Can you see now the model of the 5 aggregates? Or yeah, thank you, Dario. So, and this is a nice illustration of the 5 aggregates, and actually you can see the different elements in this dynamic picture. And what is interesting is that in contemporary developments, for example, in the field of emotion science, there are some theories that really resemble the approach of the aggregates in Buddhist psychology. For example, this theory in a phenomenological, with a phenomenological emphasis by Izard about patterns of emotions. So it's nice also to translate the notion of aggregate, or skanda in the Buddhist psychology, in terms of patterns in contemporary terms. And more recently, a pattern theory of self has been developed by Sean Gallagher, a phenomenologist and cognitive scientist. And I have been honored and delighted to take part in interdisciplinary group with Sean and other scientists in Europe and US, and to really work to connect this pattern theory of self to the model of the 5 aggregates in Buddhist psychology. So let's go now back to the 8 consciousnesses model. And basically, this is just a diagram that actually reflects what Dario has beautifully and clearly explained. You can see the 8 consciousnesses here, so including the, I hope you can see now the next slide is the, oh, thank you. So you can see the 5, let's say, sensory consciousnesses. Then there is some kind of direct, some kind of more or less built-in processing routes that bring to the mental consciousness, which may correspond to this central processing unit that integrates information and makes decision. For example, to act in a given way or in another way. Then you can see here manas, the 7th consciousness, and the alaya vijnana, which is actually the 8th consciousness. So basically, the idea is that what we call 8 consciousnesses can be regarded as different functions of consciousness that are in interplay with each other, as Dario has been nicely explaining. For example, talking about the sensory consciousnesses, for example, the visual consciousness, you can see here, for example, we can experience visual illusions like this one, these 2 actually circles. The right one appears more larger, wider than this one, but it is actually made up by our visual consciousness. And you can see here a triangle, a white triangle in upward, which actually is just made up by our visual consciousness. But let's say that these aspects are pretty much built in by actually our DNA, our programming, our early stages of our development. Of course, we need to develop through the interaction with the world. These are actually sharpened. But for example, if you look at this Müller-Lyer illusion, actually such that this bar on the right looks actually longer than the one on the left. This is just an illusion. And what is interesting is that the Zulus in South Africa, it's a population that lives in a more in a place where there are more circular buildings, less kind of carpentered world of rectangles, buildings, and parallel lines, and they seem not to experience this kind of illusion. It's a kind of, we could say that it's a kind of alaya vijnana, which is related to their own culture and environment that influence the sensory consciousness, we could say, through the mental consciousness that is always implicated, as Dario was actually explaining before. Obviously, we, as Antoine, Lutz has been so nicely explaining, we also need to reify our world in order to have categories of, for example, dangerous animal or something, excuse me, to that we like to eat, for example. So there is the actual process of making a thing out of a process that could be plausibly related to manas, actually, an important function of manas in its interplay with the alaya vijnana. And interestingly, when we look at a possible interplay between manas and alaya vijnana, this is a beautiful diagram suggested by Judson Brewer and Garrison that actually captures an essential mechanism of habit, we could say habit loops, that is really closely inspired by the model of dependent origination or codependent origination in Buddhist psychology that Dario was mentioning before. So the idea is that when we have a pleasant experience, this is colored as pleasant, and then we have a craving to have actually more of it or to actually maintain it. And what is interesting is that according to Judson Brewer and Garrison, there is a self memory. It's called a kind of associative memory, which could be related to manas, this self kind of consciousness that comes into play to actually create and establish and maintain an habit loop. So we could say that our habit loops, especially when they relate to our kilesas or kleshas, are actually co-fabricated by the interplay of manas and the alaya vijnana in this very restricted sense that Dario was explaining. The same also on the aversive side when we have, for example, kind of unpleasant experiences. So the idea is that we form these habit loops that fuel our, let's say, unhealthy habits. And in this way, we also kind of perpetuate or actually fuel the bija mechanism that Dario was so nicely explaining, which in the unhealthy way might relate to the actual kleshas or kilesa, and at the same time also works to hold and to maintain the sense of ego, the sense of self. So there is a collaboration between manas and alaya vijnana, and in other words, between the ego and the kilesa, the kleshas, actually. And in this respect, we have conducted a study in our lab with long-term meditators and short-term meditators, in which we have really kind of endorsed the model of the 2 arrows of pain proposed by the Buddha in Buddhist psychology. And we actually found that aversion, the level of aversion that is subjectively reported, so phenomenologically, is predictive of the pain that the actual participants experience. You can see this positive relationship or prediction. Likewise, also the level of self-involvement, identification, is also positively predicts the pain experience. So you could say, obviously, we might relate this level of self-involvement that Brewer proposes to be related to this self-associative memory to manas in the model of the 8 consciousnesses. And actually, aversion is one of the kleshas, actually, the kilesa. So it seems that, again, kilesas and manas work in collaboration, let's say unhealthy collaboration. Unhealthy, but also functional to some extent. Why? For the reason that Dario was mentioning. Because, for example, fear, anger, actually desire, these are all mental formations that have a function for survival, actually. The point is that these become kleshas or kilesa when they actually over-condition us, as Professor Henk Barendregt would say. The point that really they go beyond their function in a given situation and start to make, to be ingrained in this mechanism of proliferation, mental proliferation that is also fed up by our narratives, our actually thought pump, and so on. So you can see again how this mechanism are actually increasing pain in this experiment through the aversion and the actual identification. So I cannot go in the detail of this, actually the model that came out from our study, and which is actually a combination of two core models in Buddhist psychology, codependent origination and the two arrows of pain, which actually is a reflection of our study in controlled conditions in which the phenomenological reports of participants about pain, aversion, and identification play a crucial role. So let's talk, you can see a nice picture of a child self-recognizing, so recognizing himself in the mirror. And this is actually shows, this happens at around 24 months. So the sense of me, the objective me, seems to not to arise, to be in a sense constructed, fabricated by taking time. It takes at most 2 years or 1.5 years to develop this sort of self-consciousness. But this, again, takes more time to develop further. For example, the child takes some more time for the child to be able to recognize herself, himself in photo, for example, because this requires an extended self-representation. And then the important role of our narratives, stories, and so on, that supports a further development of autobiographical memory, and so on. So you can see that manas, which we can associate with this mechanism of self-consciousness, becomes more and more kind of constructed, elaborated, and unfortunately likely to become rigid if we hold on our mental formations which are unhealthy, and the habit loops and the bijas, as Dario was saying, that are kind of unwholesome, akushala in Buddhist psychology terms. And interestingly to note that probably manas is not only in Homo sapiens, but also in our relatives in terms of evolution, like monkeys or some of them, dolphins, elephants. So interestingly, all animals that have a very refined social kind of interaction. So also this tells us how also manas tends to be, in a sense, to involve, kicking in or hijacking also our relationships, the relational aspect of our life, which is so important for us, which also is, as Sean Gallagher will say, as a very important part of the self, the intersubjective relational aspect of the self. And we know very well that our mental formations can really play an important role there, both in terms of kushala, healthy relational patterns, and unhealthy relational patterns, maybe neutral relational patterns. So Antoine was nicely mentioning Antonio Damasio as a great neuropsychologist, as really having had this very important emphasis on linking to the body, not to the actually interoception or interoceptive awareness. And Antoine was mentioning the importance of brain-heart interactions and gastrointestinal system. And we know that how brain-body or mind-brain-body interactions, so in a more complete sense, can be important. So in the enactive approach of Francisco Varela and Sean Gallagher, we will really have an active web in which we have brain, mind, brain, body, and environment in ongoing interplay. And interestingly, Damasio is thought of the actually brain substrates of the self, or we can say of manas, since we are endorsing today the 8 consciousness model, to say that the roots of manas could be in the really, Damasio says, the proto-self, the reptilian brain, which really has to do with surviving, keeping the heartbeat, the temperature, the homeostasis of the body. So really is very deep roots in this depth of the brain, where we really have this the root of the motivational systems like fight or flight and so on. Then there is another level which is more a momentary self, which is called by Damasio the core self, and then we have the autobiographical or the narrative self, which is in other elaboration and integration of manas, we could say that, and interestingly, these 3 layers of the self in the brain are in reciprocal interaction. So, but this also means that they can form a bundle, and it's very hard to to cut through our insight, and that is very important to actually disentangle the skandhas, we could say, or to make it clear how we are actually bound by our unhealthy ego and klesha formations. So in terms of neuroscience, obviously the idea, let's go back to the notion of vijnana, the mental consciousness, the 6th consciousness, because we need the level of integration to give us unity of behavior. Otherwise, like it happens in split brain patients, which have, let's say, 2 consciousnesses, maybe in to some extent divided, sometimes these patients can do contradictory actions with one end and the other end related to the 2 hemispheres, like because they don't work in concert. But likely we have a good level of unity of consciousness, like a control tower of an airport that really unifies what is going on around the airport. And you can see this is called global workspace. This is the model of Bars de Haan, which really integrates different processors, or let's say brain states. And this has been nicely reformulated by Francisco Varela and collaborators in terms of a brain web. So mechanisms are similar, this idea of coalition of neurons, widespread, but obviously Francisco Varela puts it in a context which also relates to neurophenomenology and phenomenology. So this is an active aspect rather than just thinking in terms of a closed kind of mechanism in the functional mechanism in the brain. And nowadays, and just I cannot go into much in detail, but the idea that we don't have only, let's say, one core network in the brain related to consciousness, but we have multiple kind of networks for consciousness or consciousnesses, as Dario was emphasizing, is also reflected in the importance of at least 3 main central networks in the brain for cognitive, affective, and self-regulation, like default mode network, salience network, and central executive network. And for example, it's not difficult to relate the default mode network to the self, then to manas is probably one of the candidates that more obviously we can think of as related to manas consciousness, the 7th consciousness. And salience network is very important for even not only for actual emotional, cognitive, and processing, but also for interplay with the body. And also we might relate it to both, probably to the interplay between manas and alaya vijnana, I would say. This is a hypothesis, of course, but needs to be better probably framed. And I can say that with Dario, we are working to write a full length article, possibly for a special issue of mindfulness, if we make it on time, on this topic, to have the 8 consciousnesses from as related to Dario's talk, and then the other perspective of, let's say, neuroscience and contemporary psychology. And so please follow up on that. And then basically, and then executive network, central executive network and salience network can be related maybe to the 6th consciousness, the global workspace for actually making choice of actions. And obviously, we know that these 3 networks plus others like the limbic networks, attention network, and so on, really are in ongoing interference with the interaction, let's say, interplay with each other. And then I would like to address another issue that Dario has mentioned, the idea that actually our consciousness has different layers. This may be reminiscent of Freud, but even Dehaene speaks of, let's say, conscious level, a kind of preconscious level, and unconscious level. We can use the metaphor by Crick and Koch of penumbra or umbra. So there is a part which is in, let's say, in light, which is the tip of the iceberg of the consciousness at the given moment. There is the unconscious part, which can be very vast under the water of the iceberg, which might correspond the umbra to the alaya vijnana, very vast, and a penumbra part, which is interestingly is an important part where probably manas, the ego, the self-consciousness, is working with its dynamics. And so please abstract from the fact that Crick and Koch are really two heavy reductionists. So let's forget about this radical perspective. We want to endorse, of course, a more phenomenology-oriented and active approach, like following Francisco Varela, Gallagher, Antoine, Lutz, and so on. And besides that is really the idea that the penumbra includes past associations of, I translate it in Buddhist psychology terms, of vijnana, neurons, the expected consequences of the vijnana neurons, movements, or at least possible plans for movement associated with the vijnana neurons, and so on. Mental consciousness, we can also say mental consciousness, the 6th consciousness. For example, a hammer represented in the mental consciousness is likely to influence plans for hammering. The penumbra, by definition, is not itself conscious, but maybe not only strictly unconscious, because it's working, so must be dynamic and active to some extent, although part of it may become part of the mental consciousness as the mental consciousness shifts, and so on. And so I just conclude with the idea that if it's really the case, and at the moment it's just hypothetical, that these 3 central networks, like salience network, default mode network, and central executive network, are really, in a sense, hubs connected to the mental consciousness, the manas consciousness, and the alaya vijnana, or part of it, the part of it with which manas falls in love, as Dario has said, that is really strongly interconnected in reciprocal influence with self-consciousness. What is interesting is in our study with long-term meditators, Theravada Buddhist monks, what we have done is really to select some nodes that you can see here, anterior cingulate cortex, right frontal insular cortex, left frontal insular cortex, and to see the coupling, the influence, the reciprocal, let's say, let's call it coupling, is actually the oscillatory interdependence, coherence, in different bands of DG, from the slowest one, delta, then theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. And you can see this is rest, condition of rest, and you can see that these 3 consciousnesses, so to speak, possibly with an important role of manas-related ones, really same influence, are really coupled, maybe entangled, we can speculate with each other. Then, when the monks go to shamatha meditation on the breath, these are really long-term meditators. I hope you can see the next slide. Can you see the blue level?
Yes,
no?
we can see the blue. We can see the blue.
Thank you, Antoine.
Yes.
So basically, there is the idea that there is a strong decoupling at this point, like this consciousness become more, okay, interpretation phenomenological is to be more spacious, less entangled with each other in all bands except for the alpha band, which might be possibly related to the possibility to have, let's say, communication between these hubs of the consciousnesses that is probably less likely to get entrained by sticky mental states, sticky maybe thoughts, papancha is said in Buddhist psychology, mental proliferation, and so on. The same, this is found in open monitoring meditation, when there is more open presence. So, and I just conclude reading this, I would say, extraordinary contemplative really view by Albert Einstein, which I read: a human being is part of a whole called by us the universe, a part limited in time and space. She experiences herself, her thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of her consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circles of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonino.
So I'm sorry. Okay.
So we have a little time for remarks or objection or suggestion or question. First from the speakers, and then if you from everybody in the chat. And the speakers, if you have a question, please raise your hand so Thibaut can put you on the screen.
I have a brief question. So, Antonino, when is your paper is going to be out? It's looks very exciting.
Thank you, Antoine. Hopefully, you know, with papers you never know. So
it's very ambitious. It's exciting that it's very daring. So, but it's great that you're trying to make this bridge between the 8 model of consciousness and neuroscience. It's
yeah. Antoine,
thank you.
We don't hear you very well.
Okay, sorry. No, I was just asking when it's going to be published, because it's a very, very novel work, so it's exciting.
Thank you. This encourages your comment to really go ahead with that, Dario. So we really need to dedicate energy to
it. And can I ask a question, Frédéric? Is there time?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Antonino, thank you. I've been actually in my talks relating 8 consciousnesses to what we know about brain function in the default mode network for quite a few years. And I wanted to ask you why you have linked specifically anterior cingulate. You said a little bit about this during the presentation, but I'm just wondering, anterior cingulate functioning as a kind of mind consciousness, the 6th consciousness, rather than the lateral frontoparietal network that we associate with the kind of excess consciousness, to use the differentiation between excess consciousness and phenomenal consciousness of Nigel.
Indeed, thank you, Elena. It's really probably a matter to definitely the, as you said, posterior parietal cortex and lateral prefrontal cortex must play a role in the access consciousness, as Dean, for example, remarks. Possibly also some parts of the salience network, anterior cingulate cortex, and so I would say for the manas, definitely I would say parts of the default mode network, maybe also in interplay with salience network. And
I definitely agree vis-a-vis manas and linking it to default mode network. I was more kind of wondering about sixth consciousness, the mind consciousness. It seems to me the lateral frontoparietal network is a good candidate there.
I agree. No, I fully agree with you. Yes, thank you.
What? Sorry, what do you mean by salience?
It's actually a network that really is involved in many tasks and has to do with really responding and actually also there is also this predictive aspect toward stimuli that in a given moment or are most, let's say, salient for the actual behavior or cognition. So, for example, this could be healthy or unhealthy. So to speak, if you are a person with addiction, it's likely that the salience network, and this nicely relates also to the bijas that Dario was mentioning, these seeds, no? What is salient in this moment for this person in this moment or across different moments? This saliency can change, of course, also for the same person. If the person does a training of following the Noble Eightfold Path with meditation and ethics and compassion and so on, obviously also the values, the salience, the priorities of these actually change, no? And this is also possibly reflected in the functioning not only of this network and also other
reactivity, a kind of reactivity.
Could be reactivity, certainly the type of reactivity. So some people that are more biased by, let's say, addiction might have a reactivity that is more craving oriented, at least for some things. Other people might have a kind of reactivity that is more aversion related, for example, and so on. And not only reactivity, because as Dario was saying, the actual reaction, when the fact itself that vijnana in the codependent origination comes before actually contact with input, means that we are already predisposed predictively, or in phenomenology one would say potentially, toward some particular experiences and directing attention to something, or like attentional bias. No, this is found.
Tendency to reactivity.
Exactly. See, nice. See, dispositions, you could say.
Antoine?
Yeah, I just have a question for Dario and you, Antonino. What will be how will you operationalize seeds in your model? That would be like synaptic weight? That would be how you want what you want to propose, or?
Thank you, Antoine. So, Dario, should I respond on the side of the operation?
Yes, please.
Probably it's more, I would say, obviously it's tempting to say traces, like memory traces, some kind of traces which are formed, in supported by, so that is obviously the first thing that comes to mind. Possibly other mechanisms could be involved, like volume transmission that Henk was mentioning before. So maybe, and I really don't know, and I'm sure you know better than me, how some Namarupa or brain-body kind of interactions could become facilitated as well, whether there is some form of plasticity or some possibly more tonic states involving also the let's say, the autonomous nervous system as well, like maybe in interaction with the salience network. So it's really something to reflect upon. But certainly one element.
It would involve also like not only brain trait mechanism like neuroplasticity, but also like epigenetic mechanism. That's what you have in mind, or?
This is a great suggestion. It's a really a suggestion you're making. I think it's very, very interesting and plausible.
And for the contemplative, Dario, would you, how do you feel when scientists start to speculate like that about Alaya Vijnana? Is it, are we crossing a line, or?
Well, there's something that I didn't have time to express. That is the happy ending. So thanks to the practice of meditation, from the Dharma point of view, there's a complete transformation of the 8 consciousnesses. And because normally we see reality in a conditioned way because of the interaction between manas and alaya vijnana. And then what we see is not reality as it is, but we see our conditioning. Our sense organs have the ability to see reality as it is, tatata, but since there is the interaction of manas and the conditioned interaction of manas with the alaya vijnana, we don't see things as they are, or as Suzuki Roshi used to say, things as it is. It's not an English mistake. He would emphasize that, things, plural, as it is. So practicing meditation, there is a complete transformation of the 8 consciousness from the Zen point of view, and the 8 consciousnesses become the jewel mirror samadhi, where the mind reflects reality exactly as it is. And so this is the happy ending. And of course, the Dharma point of view, the perspective of Dharma is a spiritual perspective. We are studying the functioning of the mind in order to realize the jewel mirror samadhi. So I don't know if you are crossing the line, but the Dharma perspective is different. The aim is different. Of course, we have to study how it works, but another way of saying is like water, and below 0 it becomes ice, and over 100 Celsius it becomes gas. So there is a complete transformation. So with meditation, and the ego is like ice. It seems that there is something there, but it's just a contraction. With the practice of meditation, we are heating the water until there is a complete transformation, and it's not water anymore, it is gas. There is a complete transformation. An image that was offered by Tenshin Roshi while he was explaining me the 8 consciousness is like a sock. When you put your hand inside a sock and you reverse it completely. I know that is not a very dharmic image, nor a scientist image, but it's a good way of explaining how there's a complete transformation of the mind. So a question would be, as scientists, are you interested in that? Are you interested in how, as Dharma Bums, as Dharma Explorer, we are interested in entering the absolute, developing a more deep relationship with the absolute? Thank
you. So we still have a few minutes for more questions or remarks.
If I may just do a quick reply, Dario, I don't want to take too much space, but I think that there are ways that I think as a scientist we can try to approach that is by looking at the the impact of this style of practice with long-term experts, whether there is also a fundamental reorganization in the way the brain is functioning, as Antonino has started to describe. And so in our team, for instance, we try to look at some measures that come from the connectome approach. When you look at the kind of how the brain as a whole is self-organizing differently as a result of practice, and so we have some preliminary findings suggesting that some long-term practitioners have a functional organization that seems to be different. But then the question is how then that would be an observation, but then it's always very tricky to try to map that to some of the model that you were describing. It's always very daring to try to make a bridge between the two type of descriptions.
Rinpoche, you wanted to say something?
Well, I just wanted to make 2 points. As a translator, and because I think that to translate or to express the sixth consciousness as mind consciousness is a problem. It's a problem in English. The sixth consciousness is mana vijnana, and mana is the internal sense, literally. So it is a sense, as it was said, but to translate it or to express it as mind consciousness can be, I think, quite confusing. So that's one remark. And the mental is more adequate, I think, as a translation. And the other remark, which is also a question of translation, is on alaya. And alaya in Tibetan is a kunshi, which literally means universal base. It has a store meaning, like Dario explained, but the initial and basic meaning is universal base. Universal base meaning in terms of philosophy, a substratum or even substance. And this universal base is omnipresent, which is a big problem and a big solution. I'm not going to elaborate, but alaya is omnipresent. That's all.
Thank you, Rinpoche. There is a question.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
We can give the floor to Professor Henk Barendregt. Is that okay for you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well. Very happy to speak here, especially after the two Roman friends, Dario and Antonino. So I will continue with the notion of kilesa, namely the unwholesome tendencies that were mentioned very pointedly by Dario and Antonino. So when Buddha started his quest, he was touched by the fact that we are ephemeral, and he was touched by the fear of death. He solved this, but he solved something much bigger, namely how to eradicate kilesas. So we should be grateful that he had a personal problem, but he generalized it and solved it. So let's start. All religions advise us to act in a proper way, and the Buddha Dhamma does it in a special way. Do what is wholesome. decreasing suffering. Do not do what is unwholesome, increasing suffering. But then it's added, and it's more rare that this was added, purify your mind. And purification means to relinquish rigidity in your mind. As was mentioned by Dario and Antonino, kilesas have a function. Take, for example, insects that they fly in a fixed angle to the sun, and then they go in a straight line. But then the circumstances changed after several billions or millions of years, 100 millions of years. Homo sapiens came and invented fire. And if you keep a fixed angle to a candle, then you make a logarithmical spiral and fly into the candle, which is not wholesome. So even we humans have kilesas, quite a few, and they cause suffering. Now, after many generations, insects may learn to avoid candles, but humans are in a better position because they can purify their mind within a lifetime by the practice. So what does one need to practice? The triple connected mental development, virtue, concentration, and wisdom. Virtue is also called the ethics. And why virtue? It's because to prevent unwholesome consequences from your actions. And not only prevent, make you able to develop yourself even better. And why concentration? The first role of concentration is to weaken the kilesas, and the second role is to enable growing wisdom. And the wisdom is for relinquishing the kilesas. And this happens definitely temporarily, but it can even be done sustainably. So we already saw several models of the mind. Let's start with the top left one, a very simple and naive view. This is the view of behaviorism, in which the human being is seen as getting inputs and making actions. But this is too limited, because sometimes we do one thing with some input, and another time we do something else with the same input. So we need a notion of a state. And in the Abhidhamma notion of mind, consciousness, they really mean they're also the mind state. So through the second figure from body, mind, karma, through the sensory input related to your body, the 5 that was spoken about already, you get an input to the mind, and depending on the mind, you make an intention and then an action. So this is a better view. Then still better is to emphasize the notion of Vedana, feeling tone. Some things are pleasant, some things are unpleasant, and some things are neutral. And Vedana is the, conditioning system for nature. Nature makes us do things that are, in first instance, good for us. We like to eat because then we become strong. But then if we overeat, we get problems. So this is the third model. And then Venerable Sariputta came with the best view, although I think the views that came later in Mahayana is so clearly explained in the last 2 lectures. But let's go now to the view of Sariputta. He distinguished also perception, namely the things, the images and concepts that come in the mind that influence back what we do with things. Like Dario showed a pen, and then you get the idea, I can write something with it. So this is a refined model, and I will use it to describe the exercises toward the good, the happy ending, as Dario said. So the basic exercise 1 is relax. Mindfully keep observing a fixed meditation object, and then you keep doing that, but you realize that you have lost the meditation object to a visitor. You're thinking about something else. Well, then, in a friendly way, return to the meditation object. That's all. Basic exercise 1. Basic exercise 2 is the same, but now also you observe each visitor, intuitively classifying them according to the 5 skandhas. So not intellectually, but you have to know the 5 skandhas very well phenomenologically. And then you notice, thought, hearing, desire. Even without words, you just observe the desire or observe the aversion that may arise when a thought comes. And then kilesas may be dissolved into empty skandha components, because when you see clearly that what happens in the mind is built up from those 5 skandhas, then you're not touched by them so much anymore. So you dissolve them one by one, and that takes practice. Now, there is a great misunderstanding, and this has to be explained. Namely, removing kilesas is like removing supporting walls in our home. Virtue and concentration become an alternative support for the walls. So that's another important role, both for virtue and both for samadhi, concentration. And if the concentration and mindfulness are high, that means that you can keep it for a long time, but also sharp. That means that mindfulness acts in many small moments, one after the other. Then you realize that the phenomena follow a fixed pattern. It's also called dependent origination, a kind of determinism, a kind of pseudo-determinism. And then you experience the anatta, selflessness. There is no agency. One could compare it to depersonalization. When there is anatta, selflessness, one is displeased because the feeling of being a self was a good feeling, but that good feeling disappears. And then not only yourself disappears, but also the world in which you're sitting disappears. One enters a bunch of vibrations consisting of the colors and forms that we are seeing, but we cannot form the total. We realize. And as was mentioned in the first 2 talks, the notion of reification, that we always do, is lost. And then we get existential suffering, because when we depersonalize and derealize, we think we do suffer. And this will be explained better why later on. But these 3, anatta, anicca, dukkha, are called the 3 fundamental characteristics of existence. In the development of the mind, then follow the presence of fear, the delusion of danger, and disenchantment. And this is also called the dark night, or the dukkha phase of the practice. Now, the misunderstanding is this. One thinks that one suffers because of anatta and anicca. But anatta and anicca, they're part of existence. And one suffers even more because one sees it as something unescapable. Now, while we fall apart in the practice or in daily life, one craves for ways to glue the view of self and the world. And one is afraid of what one thinks is the void, and one stops meditation. So this is a misunderstanding. The teacher then explains that the three characteristics are fundamental. And at some point, the trainee, the yogi, develops samvega, spiritual urgency, and pasada, serene confidence, so an urge and confidence to practice again and to continue the development of the mind. Now, a side remark that if one takes metta, loving kindness, as meditation object, the experiencing of anatta and anicca is much lighter, because the feeling tone is then always either pleasant or neutral, but not unpleasant. I will come to that later, back to the metta meditation. Now comes the cure, the dispeller of enchantment, namely the enchantment is wrong view. And that was already mentioned in the first two talks, the reification. When we are somewhere, actually the only things that are coming to us are colors and shapes in our visual field. And the same holds also for the other field, that we get impulses that still have to form a pattern, a gestalt, to be something meaningful. But now how to go on? With the right effort and concentration, the characteristics can be attenuated, can be weakened, so to speak, the fear for it, and then one enters a phase of equanimity, which is a big relief. But one is not yet there. The tendency towards the kilesas persists. And then what's important is to use determination and surrender, and then one suddenly understands the words of Buddha, here abbreviated. There is a sphere of being, neither in this world nor in any other world. This sphere is neither a dying nor a reappearing. It has no basis, no evolution, and no support. It is the end of suffering. After experiencing this, the fear for anatta and anicca is seen as a consequence of wrong view. Self and the world are substantial. And by then, wrong view and its corollary doubt have been eradicated. So during retreats, I sometimes explain the wrong view as the view in a kaleidoscope. We see in a kaleidoscope a beautiful picture with a six-fold symmetry, beautiful colors like snow crystals. And then you may say, oh, I like that shape. But then the kaleidoscope moves and it already disappears. Everything is made up from the small pieces of glass, and by mirrors you see the six-fold symmetry and you get something beautiful. But it is empty. But after this experience described by the Buddha, fear of the void was seen as not for the void, but fear of falling apart. And without identification, the void is peace. And in principle, the kilesas, aversion, desire, pride, and ignorance can be eradicated similarly. Now comes my last slide. about the hypothesis. So from the Abhidhamma, we learn that consciousness has a state that is directed to an object. Also, Western philosophers say the same. Consciousness is intentional. And then the Abhidhamma goes on that the consciousness occurs in quantized way, namely as a sequence of flashes. Now, we have wholesome, but more often unwholesome, rooted mind states because they act as a glue. They glue the flashes of consciousness together to form a total. And let's go to H3, hypothesis 3. No, excuse me, H4. That glue may consist of the neuromodulators emitted by volume transmission. Volume transmission, unlike synaptic transmission, which is between two nerves, volume transmission is like a sender, like a television sender that emits its message, and wherever there is a receptor, it is received there. So, for example, restlessness may be caused by cortisol, concentration by beta endorphin, and meta by oxytocin. Anyway, those neuromodulators are sent in this way by volume transmission. That's established by now. Then with Antonino, we have a model of the nature of mindfulness, H2. So here we see together an input, a mind state, and an action. That was the second model of the mind. And in this state, we see also an emoticon of an angry person. So we have an input with some angriness in it. And then the action will be accordingly, because from an angry mind state, you get an angry, unwholesome action. But what does mindfulness do? It doesn't push away the angriness, but it looks at it. And then angriness is seen as an input. And then it's in a much safer space because it's not in the state anymore. And you can, by attention, you can put your attention somewhere else. So the state becomes wholesome and the action becomes wholesome. Now, this was already mentioned very much by Dario and Antonino. Self and the world are constructed. It's a virtual reality. And then the fifth and last hypothesis I want to put here is the nature of cessation, the nature of letting go kilesas, unwholesome tendencies. So please look at the stream of consciousness. It has an input 1, I1, then S1, state 1, then action 1. And then we go to I2, S2, A2, etc. This is our life for everybody. But now, with meditation, we can freeze the input and we can freeze the action. So we get I0, a fixed meditation object, and then S1, state 1, and then A0, that's the meditation posture. You keep sitting in the same way, even if you feel pain, you keep sitting. So I0, the input and the output are fixed, and the only thing that can change are the mind states. But there are only finitely many mind states, so eventually you will run a circle. And if you mindfully see this repeating circle, then a reset occurs, and you go into freedom. Compare this with chess. If you have 3 times the same position on the board, then the game ends in a draw. So this is the last hypothesis. I have one encore. I think I have time. That's why metta meditation is very different from breathing meditation. Look at the top rectangle. On the bottom there are the objects that one can have, and the vertical line are the states that one can have. Again, consciousness is a pair of an object and a state. Now go to the left downward rectangle, in which you concentrate on breath. So you try to remain on the black line going upwards, and that if you succeed, you keep your breath as object, but you can have 3 different mind states. You can have it with metta, you can have it with equanimity, or with aversion. And that's why with the breath meditation, as for example emphasized by Mahasi, we have to go in the dark night, because sometimes there is aversion even if you meditate. In the metta meditation, on the other hand, you remain on the blue line, which gives a pleasant feeling, or at worst a neutral feeling. Also, that meditation is in some sense easier because you can focus on the breath, on the ear input, on the eye input, or on thoughts, as long as you keep your metta. So meditation on metta has an advantage that it is more easy to reach jhanas, the absorptions, and there is much less dark night. Now, why is not everyone teaching metta meditation? The problem is that not every yogi has access to metta, whereas every yogi has access to the breath, because we breathe all our life. And metta has to be constructed, so therefore it's a little bit more demanding, but I think it's not too demanding, and even people who have not felt metta before in their life can be guided towards metta. So this was the talk I wanted to give. And I give the floor back to the chairperson.
Thank you very much, Henk. So we have some time for question or remarks, objections, suggestions. And if somebody wants to, yes, raise your hand, and if you can also write question in the chat.
Frédéric,
Yeah.
may I say something?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
There seems to be a bit of an echo. Is that all right now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. It's probably opening quite a big topic, and it's something we can then continue maybe during the panel discussion. But what struck me in this kind of presentations of different elements of Dharma, Buddha Dharma, with Deni Rinpoche talking from Dzogchen perspective, then presentations on Chittamatra, and now Abhidharma. And of course, the Buddhism is not monolithic, right? There's very different interpretations of Abhidharma, depending on whether it's interpreted within the Theravada tradition or Mahayana or Dzogchen. And what is interesting to me is that listening to Henk's presentation and his sort of more Theravadan interpretation of Abhidharma, when there is no notion of Buddha nature, so there is a transformation, there is a construction, transformation of unwholesome experiences to wholesome experiences, and everything that is entails in it, and the experiences that then might arise of fear in the presence of anicca, experience of anicca, it is not dissimilar to experiences described by continental phenomenologists applying the notion of epoche. But then if we look at the phenomenology of practitioners of Dzogchen or Mahamudra, where effortlessness is emphasized, and where there is a view of Rigpa being, having the qualities of clarity, and it's the energy of its expression is compassion, then we don't see, or at least I'm not familiar within the Dzogchen tradition of these notions of fear arising at the realization of emptiness and impermanence. Because when this kind of grasp into the nature of the self and the fixation on new objects is released, then at least within the tradition, the spontaneous realization of Rigpa with its effective element of unconditional love, and on the level of the body experiences, the experience of bliss, then there is no need to construct metta sort of gradually. It helps, practicing loving kindness, it helps. Practice of heartfulness then infuses the practice of Rigpa and helps with loosening up the graspings. But I just wonder how these different frameworks within Buddhism are reflected on the ways in which we study as scientists, as neuroscientists, trying to approach the study of meditation, whether we take a constructivist framework or whether we take innatist framework, we're just uncovering what is innately there by loosening up grasping and fixation and identification with the subjective experience. It dramatically changes the way we would predict what will happen in terms of neural dynamics. And it dramatically changes how we teach, let's say, within MBIs, mindfulness-based interventions. And it's interesting, there's single case studies of people who develop depersonalization, derealization, psychosis. They mainly come from practicing concentrated type of meditations. There aren't reports that I'm familiar with of this occurring during, let's say, Dzogchen and the Mahamudra retreat. So it's something that I know it's quite a lot, but it's something that I would like to maybe start a discussion around. And in the context of Henk, your question, whether neuropsychology, and I will extend it to neuroscience, can inform something about meditation. Could contemplative neuroscience be a way of addressing these different approaches within the Buddhist tradition and looking, what is more helpful, for example, or maybe different things are helpful for different individuals. So, thank you.
Thank you for the remark and question. Meditation on the Brahma Viharas have the same advantage that they form a pleasurable feeling, and then the dark night is not so dark anymore. So whether it is mudita, karuna, upekkha, or metta, all these four Brahma Viharas are a very good tool to do the practice. I think the Mahasi method, in which this is not emphasized, was created because some yogis are not able to feel loving kindness or have more difficulties with it. For example, once I had a couple coming to a retreat, and the wife was going through the metta one and the husband through the other, and they had very different paths. So I think, yeah, this is the start of discussing this point. So as I mentioned in my last slide about the metta, in some sense the metta is superior, but has as difficulty that you have to be able to reach that. And I think the same holds also for karuna. You have to reach it. It is not always there, the Brahma Viharas. So it may not be so very difficult, but well, that's my first reaction to what you said now. And please remind me what was the second part of your question, just with one word.
I was responding to your question about whether neuropsychology / contemplative neuroscience can inform the meditation, the way we approach meditation. For example, relative benefits of taking an approach to practice which is effortless, non-doing versus constructivist approaches of practicing, disciplined mindfulness and concentration and so on and so forth.
I would better go to musicians. When they practice music, they do this in an effortless way after they have practiced. But first they must practice in order to do it effortless. So I think effortlessness is something to achieve. And maybe some people are very talented, even in music you see that, they can play right away much more difficult pieces than somebody else who has to train for it. I think it depends on the person. And by the way, Buddha was very good in singling out the upaya, the skillful means in which he taught to a certain yogi things. And this is something we have to learn. And maybe psychology can inform us how to approach certain students. Indeed.
Yes, but I think this goes beyond our approach of we need to have discipline and effort in order to have mastery, so then we can be in a state of flow and for effortlessness. Other traditions within Buddhism, such as Dzogchen, for example, they do emphasize, even for the beginner, this non-effortful approach. I can send you to the paper by John Dunn on non-dual mindfulness, and he talks about it very specifically there, comparing this what he called constructivist tradition, a constructivist approach, and a natist. And I wonder if Venerable Dario Doshin and also Deni Rinpoche have something to say in relation to this discussion, or we can transfer it to the panel discussion if we're out of time.
If you will, if you like. But Henk, please, that's your time.
I emphasize very much to relax and not even say, go with your attention to the breath, but say, invite the intention to settle on the breath. Mm-hmm. So I emphasize very much the Wei Wu way of Lao Tse, do without doing. Mm-hmm. And I think the difference in what you describe and what I probably made the impression through the slides is a question of words, of style.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I think there is no metaphysical question that there is a Buddha nature. Even in the old teachings, there is Buddha nature, namely the fact that we can be mindful of something and detach ourselves from it. Already there is Buddha nature functioning. But it doesn't have a name. So we say 1 moment of mindfulness is 1 moment of enlightenment. And I spoke at length with some practitioner of Mahayana and Vajrayana, and they say, yeah, but it feels so much more pleasant that we already are down there, just something is in front of us that we have to remove. So it is It's a way of bringing it. And I think there is no deep difference. But this is up to falsification, of course.
Please, Rinpoche.
Yes, to clarify, that's beautiful. To clarify the issue, one could consider grasping as a central problem and the cause of dukkha. And grasping being the source of illusion and conflicting emotion. So, in terms of meditation, one first stabilize grasping rather than grasping one thing and another and from one grasping to the next non-stop. One stabilize the mind, one stabilize attention in one-pointedness, grasping one thing at a time. And what I'm describing is the 9 stages of Shine. So one-pointedness, one thing at a time. And at the beginning, it requires some energy. But the further you progress, the less energy it needs. And this one-pointed grasping evolve into non-grasping. So there are different meditation systems, and some meditation systems do emphasize a lot one-pointedness, and then you go through the dhyana, the 4 dhyana or jnana, the 4 levels, and which are always with subtle grasping. Some other methods, Doshin or Mahamudra, emphasize more quickly non-effort, but still you need to go through some Shine. If you don't have stabilize your mind, effortlessness is just but an illusion. So stabilizing, and then stabilizing grasping, and then non-grasping, with different emphasis according to methods. But both are necessary, because if you practice Doshin and kind of radical epoche, you need stabilization. Otherwise, it's just an instant of such a non-dual epoche. So you always need the 5th and the 6th parameter, stabilization and direct intelligence or direct experience. I don't know if it brings some more clarity to the topic. Dario,
Dario, want to say something?
Well, yes, thank you. In Zen, we talk about the effortless effort. So I think it's only a problem of semantic. Another way of approaching it is, if the effort is run by the ego, then we are in trouble. That is another way of looking at it. If we hand the practice to the ego, we enter what Chogyam Trungpa used to call spiritual materialism. So it's not a matter of an egoistic effort. There is an effort there, of course. In my Zen practice, I I had to exert myself a lot. So of course there is effort, but the effort should be without ego. One way of healing that kind of approach is expressed in Japanese as mu shotoku. So we don't practice to obtain something. We just practice. There's nothing to obtain. Of course, something will happen. Otherwise, we will not be here. But if we practice in order to obtain something, then it's the ego that is leading the practice, and we will not get very, very far. So in order to counteract this kind of very human attitude of handling the practice to the self, in Zen we say there's nothing to obtain. Another way of looking at it is, as Henk said, one moment of mindfulness is one moment of enlightenment. We can think, since we are in a scientific environment, we can think of, okay, let's see if I can make a very old style drawing. So normally we think of, let's see if I can, okay. Normally we think of enlightenment, and so here we have practice, here we have the vertical dimension of practice, and we practice, practice, practice until we reach, hopefully, enlightenment. The Zen approach is a little bit different. So here there is enlightenment or Buddha nature. Where is that? Here there is the enlightened dimension, and every single time that we practice, we can enter in contact with the enlightened dimension. So it's not a matter of practicing with an effort, but is a matter of going deep down every single time, and every single moment of practice is a moment of enlightenment, because we are Buddha nature, not have Buddha nature, but we are Buddha nature in the Zen perspective. So every single time we sit, we have the opportunity to realize that we are already Buddha. Do we need an effort? We already are Buddha. So from one point of view, there is no need of effort because it's our true nature. On another level, from another point of view, yes, we do need effort to clean our eyes and see realities as it is and enter in contact with our own true nature. Thank you.
Yes, Elena, maybe we can enter into the panel discussion with Antonino and Dario and Antoine.
There is also Peter Malinowski, who can usefully join the discussion.
Well, I would like to start as a continuation from the discussion we just had, and touching on the question that Peter has put in the chat about the usefulness of neurofeedback, and maybe I'll give him a first word to elaborate a little bit on what he meant. But in the context of what we just discussed, and the contributions from Henk and Jenny Rinpoche and Dario, perhaps where neurofeedback can be helpful is teaching, for a start, this effortless effort. So it doesn't come from the ego, but how do we relax yet we have this it will be effortful mindfulness for a beginner. But usually in my experience of teaching mindfulness as a mindfulness instructor, in addition to being a neuroscientist, beginners, particularly without the Buddhist view in the context of mindfulness-based interventions, they attack mindfulness from the doing mind, this conceptual mind, ego mind, or the combination of the two, rather than, it takes time to find that beautiful inner rotation where the effort is limitless, right? And it's not just the hours of practice, is that finding that orientation to experience, that space, that is mindfulness. So yes, Peter, maybe you could give a little bit more context for your question, and then sort of answer it, and then we'll pass it on to other panelists.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for all the great presentations, and also thank you for inviting me in to say a few words. Now about the questions I have about neurofeedback. It's something I've been thinking about quite a lot, because on the one hand, it seems to me an incredibly attractive idea where a neuroscientific approach really can become really valuable for meditation practice, for engaging and learning meditation practice. Now, on the other hand, well, first of all, let's say, I think practically we are very far away from having a meaningful approach to neurofeedback of meditation, because we understand so little about how let's say, an optimal meditation state should look like neuroscientifically. And we also don't know which aspect we should feedback if we had a clear idea of the patterns of brain activity. So for example, should we feedback a most advanced stage of meditation to a beginner, or should we feedback something like 2 years into the practice? So there's so many questions that I think are completely unanswered yet. But for me, these are in a way practical questions of just advancing our scientific understanding of meditation. But the more profound question maybe is, or let's say it in this way, for 2,500 years at least, Buddhist meditation practice did quite well without neurofeedback and produced great masters, great insight, and so on. And for me, in my experience, or also working with other people who meditate, one of the strengths of meditation practice is that we are really generating experience, insight, trust in our own capabilities just by ourselves. So we don't need any equipment, maybe beyond the meditation cushion, and can even argue about whether this is needed. We don't need any equipment to progress in our meditation practice. So in a way, if we bring in equipment, neurofeedback, then we are giving away some responsibility. And that's more a question, something I would like to discuss. I don't have a clear answer on it. So basically we're saying, actually, I can't do it on my own. I need some outer verification that I'm doing the right thing. And I'm not sure whether this is useful or if it is a hindrance.
Denis Rinpoche, would you like to respond to this? Please unmute. We can't hear you.
Yes. Yeah, I agree very much with what Peter says. And it could be an hindrance. And for 2,500 years, we did without any biofeedback. Though we might, we have had some kind of feedback from experience, like the clear light sign I mentioned, or we have had some feedback from our master, who's always been the source of feedback and of guidance. And the neurobiofeedback could definitely become a very big game and hindrance, and that's very clear. I agree 100%. Nevertheless, in terms of direct introduction, introducing a disciple to the experience of if you have such a capacity to give a good feedback, and I also agree that we would need to recognize what is to be given as a feedback. And that has been my problem when I tried commercial equipment. I said, wow, if this is, I went through the training and I got the full result. But I said, wow, if that's the state one should achieve, it's really not good. So the feedback wasn't good, and it wasn't leaded in the right direction. So there's a big problem, and we would have to work to find the. And as we said before, there could be different also state. In my paper, I mentioned constrained presence with one-pointedness concentration, which is one kind of feedback, open presence, which is relaxed, free from grasping, and in grasping and release, epoche, and eventually natural state, natural non-dual state, free of any dualistic clinging. So there are many levels, many feedback possible. So it's a very complex and difficult topic. And there are many misleading possibilities, but nevertheless, well used. I think it could be for good master with a good feedback, a possibility to help some people.
Antoine?
Yeah, just to add a couple of thoughts. I think there are many contexts when the notion of biofeedback could be useful. With Giuseppe Pagnoni, for instance, we tried to develop a computational model of focus attention meditation, and in a way, if you have to one core intuition is that somehow we already using we sometimes use a way to understand this practice is to see it as a form of natural biofeedback that we are using when you somehow try to use a bodily signal, some of the bodily signal as a biofeedback for certain mental attention. So you will so you could see as another way to think about feedback is also to see how in meditation practices are naturally developing this relationship between a certain mental intention. So, for instance, to be still, to be focused, when you expect a certain sensory signal from the body or from the sensation of the breath, and how you get distracted by the mind. You could see that this intention that you set mentally and the expectation it has on certain bodily signal, that's allow you then to be more rapidly aware of a distraction, because that your own body that is that being distracted as a consequence on your body, and so that's another way to also think about all of that's you some form of practice, focus attention meditation is already a natural biofeedback that we use when we try to relate and so understanding things like that could be interesting, because once you develop a model of that, and you can have some good understanding of the mind-body relationship and how they are feedback loop between the body and the mind, so to speak. That could be then, and you start to have marker of that. Then you can use that knowledge to maybe as Peter said, try to find the right marker and the right tool to develop that and to offer it to people who don't have the capacity for some reason, like could be locked-in patient, or to help them, to guide them, to facilitate that practice, because we know the mechanism of that. So just one with some reflection to share. I hope, I don't know, it was maybe I don't know how clear it was, but there are ways these days to use some neurocomputational tools to describe some core principle of meditation, and that's then lead to that might be useful then to develop a biofeedback practices or techniques.
Thank you, Antoine. My question to you, Peter and Antoine, as neuroscientists, I would say that we understand more about the neural dynamics or neural correlates of grasping than we understand the neural dynamics of open presence. So could neurofeedback, for example, be used to point out to a practitioner, to draw the attention to at least gross cognitive grasping, for example? And I'm thinking about the real, Justin Brewer's study using real-time neurofeedback and showing that if you just have a thought arising and it passes the posterior cingulate, which is a part of the default network that Antonino has related to Manas, but we know it's involved in self-referencing, grasping to the kind of narrative autobiographical self. So if there is no kind of affective response, no grasping, then it doesn't drive the activity of posterior cingulate up. But if there is kind of an effective reaction, self-referencing, then it does. So could we kind of approach it from this opposite direction? Give the neurofeedback to the practitioner when they are in the state of grasping, so it alerts them and they release it. And Antonino, of course, please contribute to this discussion.
I think that's what Denis Rinpoche proposed, no? And it's it works, and you could use that. And I think that's what Johnson has used now in his paradigms, because he used some of this idea to guide the smoking cessation, I think. So yeah, I think that would be a great idea. And similarly, for instance, in the study I showed on food craving, you could use some of that as long as you have a feedback of say a marker for craving, or you could use it as a feedback. Yes, that would be great. I don't know what you think, Peter.
There could be two markers of the grasping to give a feedback when one is in a grasping state, or give a feedback when one is in a non-grasping state. And in both cases, it could help to release grasping or to let go into non-grasping, the epoche. And the grasping issue is the key of all meditation. The Buddha was taught anattavadin, he who teaches anatta, non-self, selflessness. And self is danzin in Tibetan, ido grasping. Self is a grasping. Duality is a grasping. And releasing grasping is releasing self, is releasing duality. And if you release self, you generate altruism. Egoism and altruism are inversely proportional. The more egoism there is, the less altruism. the less egoism, the more altruism. This is how egolessness leads to egoless altruism, compassion, and karuna, metta for Brahma Vihara. This is also how emptiness, egolessness, and compassion in Mahayana terminology converge eventually in the egoless, non-grasping state. So if one can find some feedback and with that give you the indication whether you're in a grasping state or not, very useful, I think. Very useful. That's all, thank you.
Anyone else would like to contribute to this discussion, or we can move to our next question?
Yes,
Please.
I would be careful to use neurofeedback for general meditators, because if they come into the three characteristics with the dark night, they may think that the machine is the fault and that now their brain is messed up. Whereas if you do it yourself, then you have done some effort in it, and then you know, okay, with effort I come there, so also with effort I can come out, still ego directed, but at some point this ego direction will stop. But I'm afraid that with neurofeedback, the ego attachment lasts longer. This is my view.
Peter, you would like to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I like all the different answers. That's really so rich. And I think what Henk now said at the end, it's kind of expressed in a different way, but similar to the concerns that I have about neurofeedback. I mean, I was talking about not giving away responsibility, and this, okay, you can relate it to the dark night or something like this, but you know, so you can see it in a positive way or with unpleasant experiences, so that. But as long as I think it was the machine that drives my meditation in a way, or I can give away this responsibility there, maybe there's less progress. For me, this is probably not such a black and white answer or so, and there's still many things to consider, and in what context, and Elena, you talked about people who just start with mindfulness practice, and there might be so many different angles to it. So, but for me, it's really an intriguing question, and for me, it's just nice to hear so many different views. So, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think it's one of those questions that is empirical and we can study it. And Venerable Dario Doshin, please.
Yes, thank you. So Professor Raffone Antonino always teases me because I keep on remembering the first experiments that have been done on meditators in the 70s. So now I'll give you him another occasion to tease me. So in the 70s, we made first experiments with biofeedback, and it was a very primitive one with headphones connected with biofeedback machine and ping pong balls on the eyes in order to stop the vision. And the idea was that the theta waves in the EEG, the theta waves, were connected with advanced meditative state. And so every single time the meditator would reach the theta rhythm, the machine would go pin, so that the meditator would know that he was in a, or she was in a meditative, advanced meditative state, and then keep on trying to repeat and do the same thing in order to stay in that kind of mental state. And now you teach me that maybe theta waves are not a very advanced meditative state, or not. I don't know. That is the question. That is the point for me. How can we say that what you see with the biofeedback is exactly a meditative state or not, or unhealthy state of mind or not? How, are you sure? So, and I deeply agree what Rinpoche said. I received many feedbacks from my teachers, many feedbacks. They smack in my face, and that was extremely helpful. I'm not sure that a machine would help me that much. Thank you very much.
Trudy, you've been holding your hand. Is there a question related to this discussion, or is it on something completely different? It is related? Yes. Okay, then please. Trudy, and then I'll Dario Rinpoche.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like also to go into the question that Henk Barendregt has been explaining, and also then Elena had a commentary, because like if you are not so experienced, you can have like this feeling of a kind of selflessness or open space or space feeling, but many people who are attracted to Buddhism, they might have some unstable minds, and there can come experiences of fear and so on, or there maybe also they have a mental sickness in their picture, so they might become more disharmony, how you call it, more unstable. So of course, here in this context, we talk about the good experiences, but also psychologists I'm cooperating with, they are warning for the teachers to be careful how and who to teach, because there might be dangers. We cannot just glorify mindfulness meditation just completely. So we have to be very careful how to teach and look what kind of person. So I think it's also important to look at this point Henk has been touching there, but then finding means how to guide this person, or sometimes also explaining that maybe the meditation is not the first kind of practice to be done, or there can be other methods. We have preliminary practices sometimes, or mantra meditation, or this kind of many different kind of practices are there. So one has to be careful. I think I would like to share this one with you also, this concern.
Thank you, Trudy. Thank you. Dario Rinpoche? Please unmute yourself.
Just wanted to bring a few more consideration about this biofeedback issue. I definitely not thinking that one should use biofeedback as a machine to that would substitute to a master or guidance on a direct personal, interpersonal direction. But as a way to, as an introduction, and there are introduction to the state of presence or to different meditative states done in many different ways, with a guided meditation, with symbols and so on. And as an introductory way, I think biofeedback could be useful. And a very short story that goes in the same direction as Dario's one. A long time ago, it was in the end of the 60s. I was very young in India, and I had the opportunity in Nolavla to experience a very primitive biofeedback system. I think it was probably on alpha wave, so I'm not very sure. But when you were agitating, it was beep, 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 beep. And when you were stopping mental agitation, it was silent. And I said, wow. And that showed me at that time what was a silent mind and what was an active, discursive, blah, blah, blah mind. Very useful. It's very simple, very primitive. And probably today there could be more elaborated ways, but not as a substitute to meditation, but as a possible new way for introduction or discovering state being used with guidance under the direction of a qualified master.
Thank you, Daniel Rinpoche, for this clarification. So do you mean to say that it can be used to support a pointing out instruction from a teacher?
It could be, if it, I've never seen it, but I think it could be one way, or it could be useful in that direction, yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. As a sort of continuation of discussions that started after the talks and in the context of the question to us, neuroscientists, from Venerable Dario Doshin about whether we scientists are interested in studying absolute. I would like to ask first our contemplative colleagues, what in their view is time pertinent, in terms of we're ready to start addressing this, or you would like scientists to start addressing it? Because we have been looking at the neural correlates of focused attention, open monitoring, open presence. We still need to do more work on this, obviously, in different methods and in different ways. But are there any other aspects of Buddha Dharma that you're not seeing scientists touching upon yet, and you would like them to start investigating those questions, those elements of Buddha Dharma? And then I will invite our contemplative neuroscientists to perhaps reflect, brainstorm of how this might be potentially addressed by science. So who would like to start from our contemplative colleagues? Daniel Rinpoche, I think, unmuted himself first, and Henk, then I will go to you.
Okay.
Henk raised his hand, and I'd be pleased to speak after, if you like.
Okay. Well, then Henk, please start.
So there is the big question: where does consciousness come from? Awareness, and this is something metaphysical that's in Buddhism. We need it we need it every moment. A moment of mindfulness is a moment of knowing. And what is this moment of knowing? And scientists have been thinking about it, but they have not come to any conclusion. David Chalmers calls it the big question, or how does he call it? The gap between our understanding and between our phenomena.
Hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, the heart problem. You're right. Christopher Koch is an interesting case because 2 or 3 years ago, he went into a so-called nirvana tank, in which you float in water that has your body temperature. It's dark, it's salt, so you float, you cannot smell, so all the senses are blocked, and you get other types of consciousness that are not known to you. By the way, Peter, I think such a nirvana tank may be more useful. Anyway, he is now interested in meditation because he says he sees that there are other states of mind. So, but the hard question, that's something that science has not addressed in a satisfactory way. So, Metzinger, he writes about the what does he call it? The pure consciousness. He's somebody who does that, but he's not a scientist, but a philosopher. And so I would like to go in that direction as an answer to your question.
Thank you, Henk. Daniel Rinpoche?
Well, I don't know very much all what you're doing in your researches, but what would be useful is to develop harmony, which has a health and a happiness. And as the Dalai Lama often points out, we all hope to be happy, or we all would like to have happiness, health, which is harmony. These 3 H, harmony, health, happiness, goes along together. And this is what we all human beings aspire for. So any kind of research that can go in that direction, very good for everyone. And the source of unhappiness, disharmony, and sickness is grasping. This is the second teaching of the Buddha, Sache Tamche Dungal Wao, the 4 characteristics of Buddha teaching that we were using a long time ago at the European Buddhist Union to identify whether an association that was postulating was to be recognized as a Buddhist association. So, Sache Tamche Dungal Wao, all, you can translate it different ways, but all grasping is dukkha, all grasping is disharmony and sickness, different ways, and suffering. So anything that can go into the release of grasping, that's what we need. That's what the whole world, I think, needs. And I mentioned in my paper the Epoche film that was done by Claire Petit-Mangin, Nathalie Depraz, and it's worth mentioning them since they are well-known phenomenologists and disciple of Husserl. And they brought a very relevant issue in this epoche, non-grasping epoche. So this is, I think, the most important direction. And non-grasping epoche is related to openness and to a wide, open sensory awareness, open presence. It's very important. That's what I tried to mention in my paper, and anything going in that direction, I feel the most important.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Yes, please, Venerable Dario. Doshin, yeah.
So let me say that I'm very, very happy what is going on here, because where we are exchanging experiences and opinions and practices. In my past experience in events like that, contemplatives were treated as not so nicely, because normally they were at the beginning or at the end of the conference for blessing, and then please get out, and then scientists will start with serious things, with serious subjects. Now the experts will talk. And so we were invited just for blessing or for a, I don't know, a choreographic event. And then, s'il vous plaît, get out, and then scientists would, adults, would talk. Well, I'm very happy of what is going on here. And one of my idea in collaborating, creating this network was exactly what is going on here, that we are discussing together as equal. So thank you very much. But the point is, what the Buddhists say about mindfulness and BSR and the mindfulness movement is that ethic is lacking. And saying, in Buddhism, there is ethic and mindfulness. Right mindfulness is inside the Eightfold Path, and we have other elements. So please remember that just practicing mindfulness is not enough. There is more. There is in particular ethic. But I would add, of course, I agree, and I said that many times, but I would add something else as contemplative, and is connected to what I said earlier. As contemplatives, we practice to enter in contact with the absolute. We practice to enter in contact with sacredness and holy. We might call it emptiness, shunyata, Buddha nature, dharmakaya, whatever you like. But as contemplatives, the name says that, we are practicing in order to enter in contact with that kind of dimension. So my question was, in having, and I see that Buddhists in entering dialogue with scientists are shy about that, because a kind of, in order to make some publicity for Buddhism in the West, they try to present Buddhism as a science. Of course, we all know that there are scientific elements in Dharma, but still Dharma is a way of realizing Buddha nature. So I don't want to be shy about that. I want to say it clearly. So again, I'm very happy of what is going on here, but are you open to that? Because I will not be shy.
So thank you very much for this. And if I may, I don't want to take advantage of my place as the chair, but if I may quickly respond to this. It's a very interesting question. And of course, within the contemplative neuroscience community, within Mind and Life Institute in Europe, we have been debating it for some time. And as the chair of European Varela Awards, the kind of proposals that we receive from young contemplative neuroscientists, they try to address exactly that. And there, I would like to just very briefly respond to, again, in the context of that, how we approach practice. Mindfulness-based stress reduction that was developed by Jon Kabat-Zinn, and then mindfulness-based cognitive therapy that is an offshoot of MBSR. 80% is sort of the same, really. And of course, Jon Kabat-Zinn was coming from his experience of Zen, and as you call this approach, effortless effort. And so we don't have this sort of ethical dimension and compassion as explicitly articulated within MBSR and MBCT. But quite a few studies show that the change, let's say in depressive patients, in terms of their symptom change, is driven more by spontaneous development of self-compassion, and then that extends to the compassion towards others, whereas things like non-reactivity as an aspect of mindfulness takes longer to develop. So again, does this point to us that these qualities naturally start arising when we just practice non-grasping, even within the context of MBSR and MBCT. And to me personally, those questions are fascinating to sort of look at them. To what extent the contribution of ethics and the view that are part of Buddhism as taught to the practitioners have the additive value over practice of mindfulness per se, and not mindfulness of a sniper, but mindfulness with heartfulness, if we have this definition of mindfulness. Yes, so I would be very much interested to making those comparisons, and we do have ongoing studies from young contemplative neuroscientists that try to do just that. Thank you. Anyone else from my neuroscientist colleagues who would like to, the new Rinpoche first, and then if anyone from the neuroscientist would like to respond to that.
I wanted to contribute to Dario presentation. We, as a Buddhist practitioner, are going in the direction of realizing Buddha nature, the alaya vijnana, the alaya. And to make it simple, alaya is omnipresent, omnipresent. So omnipresence is synonymous with absolute. The definition of absolute is that which doesn't depend upon something else, and that which is without something else. So absolute and omnipresence are synonymous, and it's also synonymous with non-duality. So the convergence in from this point of view with a philosophical and experiential point of view. And in Madhyamaka perspective, as I mentioned in my paper, there are only two valid modes of cognition, two valid modes of understanding, which are logic, reasoning, inference, which means also mathematics, physics, science, and yogic, direct, immediate experience. First person, direct, immediate, non-dual experience. And there the practitioners are the specialists. And this direct, immediate, non-dual, primordial awareness, it has many names, is the experience of that absolute, non-dual Buddha nature, alaya, jnana, universal, ground, clear light. It has many names. So, thank you, Dario.
Anton, Antonino, Peter, do you have, oh, Frédéric? Oh, sorry, Frédéric, I didn't see your hand. Please go ahead.
Just a question. Does today the neuroscientists have any insights or feedback about the experience of this open presence, this nature of mind, of what we are talking about now? Is there, because there's many studies that have been done on people who are supposed to be in this state of the nature of mind, and do we have a map of the mind when one person is in that state?
But Frédéric, supposed to is a key word in your question, because one of the most difficult things I find in this research is to find practitioners who can actually rest in open presence and distracted. So maybe Antoine can say something about his experience of doing this research.
So maybe I can start and then hand it to the other colleagues. Yes, as a scientist, I'm totally open and grateful to have the opportunity to meet practitioners that want to help us to study the absolutes. And I also acknowledge that that's really an expertise from the contemplative. Having said that, one of the tensions sometimes is that when you are not a scientist which has also some experience of practice, when a contemplative makes this genuine assertion, it can be taken for a scientist as an expression of authority. So that's why sometimes, for a long time, we had to build a trust relationship when with us as a scientist, we will provide some empirical data showing that it's not totally crazy what you guys are doing and practicing. And so that's what we started by simple questions like, attention, empathy, pain, sensory perception. And I think now the field is gradually ready to go one step further, and because there are more refinement in our model and our measures, so I think we reach a stage now in this dialogue, at least where there is a possibility to really be much more open about it and I think one promising avenue where you can talk about these things without being too esoterical is in the context of for instance, pain research, because at least in my group, we try to focus on pain as a good paradigm because it's well known scientifically how it works. It's involved both sensory aspect, affective aspect, cognitive aspect, and so it's something highly subjective. And it goes really at the heart of self-liberation in this type of state. So I think it's a promising paradigms to study this style of practice. So I can just quickly share one or two insights we got with working with pain and very advanced practitioners. So first of all, we look at this notion of pain catastrophizing. So that's been studied in cognitive science as a clinical science as a proxy to understand, if you want, dukkha. It's almost very close to the understanding of the second arrow of pain. It is this tendency of the mind to amplify, catastrophize the pain, to feel helpless in face of pain, physical pain, and so there are good models in cognitive science about this self-created pain, self-created suffering, and it's called pain catastrophizing. And so we look into how expert practitioners who are familiar with this, we have some familiarity with this absolute, how they would differ in terms of the score of pain catastrophizing, in terms of the way they relate to pain. And so, first of all, we found that when it comes to pain catastrophizing, they have much lower score. And then we found also that their capacity to interpret pain as what is called before deify pain, or also it's called cognitive diffusion of pain. How you can interpret pain as you can diffuse the tendency to identify with pain. So we have some scales that are measuring that, and the experts are very good at diffusing the cognitively diffuse pain. So how much you identify with a painful sensation. And what we found is that then we did a pain paradigms in the scanner, looking at both intensity of pain and pleasantness, how much it's bothering them. And what we found is that the experts and the novices don't differ when they do open presence on on the intensity, but it's really how much pain is bothering them. That's the driver. And so you could see this uncoupling between the raw experience of pain and the affective response. So it's much lower for meditators, and that's uncoupling is mediating by this capacity to not catastrophic pain, and also by the capacity to diffuse the cognitive amplification of pain. And then so that's very interesting. And then what we did also, some students is some interview about how the practitioners deal with pain. And we found different cluster of different family of regulation, coming from avoidance to we are afraid of pain, or a warrior narrative when you try to fight with pain. And then the more we go with the expert, the more they go in the description of pain that go very close to the Yogacara approach. That's what you describe, is that just as an opportunity to recognize the nature of the mind. So, and then you start to have a narrative which is much more about the mind and not the pain as a physical phenomena, but as a mental one. And so we found this graduation from pain being something physical that leads associated to avoidance, to something much more like related to a Yogacara perspective. And and then we found that the clustering of these five fingerprint about pain regulation could predict this capacity to uncouple pain. So all I'm saying is maybe too rapid and too, but it's that we start to look in the context of pain how expert practitioners who are familiar with this absolute which you described have a very different way to relate to physical unpleasant event, and their phenomenology is different, and now we're looking at how the brain pattern is also different.
Antoine, thank you very much. May I suggest that perhaps you put a link to your paper?
I will put them in the
very
chat,
interesting phenomenological paper, yes, which shows that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. The different pathways to experiencing this optionality. Well, we came to the end of our panel time. So I would like to thank everyone for this contribution to the panel, and organizers for the conference, and all the wonderful audience for their mindful attention and their interest, and pass over to Frédéric for closing words, or Antonino. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your very bright and interesting and nourishing talks, explanation, and with very kind and nice dialogue and sympathy. So it's very nice, very encouraging. And maybe, I don't know, Antonino, so we were working with a lot to set up this contemplative science network with Antonino, with Dario. So with Antonino, do you have something to say for conclusion?
Thanks to you, so many thanks. So Lama Lhündroup, really for your dedication to this project, and for conducting so beautifully this conference. And thanks also to Elena for really conducting so beautifully the panel discussions. So, and I think we will just nicely go ahead and explore possibilities of developments, partnerships, and also please allow me to mention also with Mind and Life Institute, Mind and Life Europe, the Awake Network, also Consciousness, Mindfulness, Compassion, CMC International Association. So the idea to create opportunities. One of these is a nice symposium in presence and online planned in October 5, 8, 2023 in the beautiful island of Procida near Capri and Ischia, Naples. and in collaboration with the University L'Orientale of Naples and Sapienza University of Rome, another organization. I think also Mind the Life Europe can nicely also join with, of course, with our network, Contemplative Science Network of the European Buddhist Union and Italian Buddhist Union as well. So we will let you know more about this. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Antonino. And maybe just to have a word of each of you, if you like, just what you would like to be next. So what the Contemplative Science Network should, what's the next step?
Maybe Lhündroup is probably, I don't know, it's really, I can see your aspiration, your desire, but probably I wonder whether we have time now to go into this. Maybe we can find other occasions but
maybe a word, just a word.
Oh, that's nice. Encouraging, I will say. So
just a seed.
Collaboration, partnership, also another one.
Yes, I would like to second Antonino on that, because I know that for Antoine and myself, this idea of working with contemplative practitioners as collaborators in our research is something we have been, wanting and wishing to do for some time. And rather than using contemplative practitioners as guinea pigs in our studies, to actually work on the paradigms together, developing questions together, thinking through the methods that will address certain questions. So, and that's the value of this network as I see it. And that's what I hope we would be able to do together.
Thank you, Elena.
Yeah, I totally second that. Thanks, Elena.
So I think this is a nice way that we all agree on this nice, this nice view, nicely expressed by Elena. And
so we say good evening to everybody, and we may have talks and exchange by mail and by phone and other. But if you like, all the panelists, if you like, if you have time and if you like to talk more, we can go on the private room for 5 minutes, just if you like, if you have time.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Okay.
Me too. Actually, I've got a celebration now, so I have to go.
Thank you very, very much. Thanks again.
Okay.
Sadhu.
Thank you.
Sadhu,
Thank you very much.
Sadhu,
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Sadhu, sadhu.